Okay, can we go on to the meeting and the first item, which is apologies for absence? Alison, do we have any apologies?
Apologies for Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you. And any declarations of interest? None? Okay. Right, well, let's go on to the police report in that case. And I think, yes, we've got Chief Inspector Kevin McLeod, who's here with us. Kevin, good morning and welcome. Are you going to say a few words about the report?
Yeah, good morning, Chair and everybody. I don't propose really to go through the report in any great depth, but happy to take any questions from anybody on any of the points there or anything else that anybody wants to raise. Probably, I appreciate that it's a slightly different format with the report, and there's been a bit of work done, and probably looking for a little bit of feedback at some point from anybody in relation to that. And also some of the reporting mechanism around boundaries isn't that easy to pick out from some of our own systems, so there might be a couple of anomalies in relation to that. So that's something we'll keep working on, and we'll keep taking any feedback from yourselves. In general, probably like everybody else, a bit of a difficult reporting period to actually get an understanding of challenges and some of the issues that we've faced over the last start of this year. Some of the points I would probably highlight, yeah, we've seen a bit of an increase around dishonesties. Some of those we probably put down to a bit of opportunity, maybe houses being empty, and some of them are based around some commercial premises, which again were probably not fully operating whilst some of these thefts occurred. Looking at probably one of the key things for us around road safety, and although the figures maybe don't reflect it, I think the feeling from us all is around the increase in drug driving, in particular with the new legislation and new equipment that's been available. Certainly for myself, reviewing 24-hour periods, then we can see it's fairly common now for the local area to have maybe 5 drug drivers within a week, which is, it's up and down at times, but it's a worrying trend, but it's probably reflective of society, and it's probably just trying to get that message out and get that across. There is a little bit of a backlog around the court process, and probably a lot of that was down to some of the labs being closed during the lockdown. So again, we are just catching up around that, and we will start to see the impact with people being taken to court from there. So probably priorities for ourselves going ahead are around that vulnerabilities, and myself and Di and others have spoken about that, in particular around the partnership work with the vulnerabilities in communities through the schools. And also one of the main divisional priorities just now, you'll have all heard that phrase of county lines, and where we have teams coming from the south and picking on the vulnerable within our communities. So that's certainly within our focus just now, because we're actually, we're really aware of the sort of detrimental effect and impact that has in communities. So that's certainly something that we are pushing on. That's something that we're trying to get out to partners and try to gather really as much information around that. Just touching very briefly, finally, around compliance around new legislation from Scottish Government around COVID. I think as an area, if I'm looking at North Highland as a whole, then I would suggest this area is probably seeing the best compliance, and in particular from residents locally. During the initial phases of lockdown, when we did start to get the new legislation in, then certainly in Teester, Ross and Caithness, they were probably seeing more issues. We were around the Dingwall type area. So on the whole, yeah, we've got our issues with tourists coming into the area, which we're not really going to touch on just now, but compliance locally is pretty good for us, I would suggest. And just in the last week, working with environmental health, stepping up some joint patrols off licensed premises, restaurants, etc. That's gone down pretty positively. So that's pretty much all I was going to highlight, and just looking and see if anybody's got any points they want to raise.
I think there are one or two. Thank you very much, Kevin, and thanks also for the update on the compliance regarding COVID. I was going to ask you about that. Councillor McKinnon.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Kevin, and thank you for the report. I personally do like the new layout. I find it a lot easier to check in. I know there are issues with the boundaries and that, and the way things are reported, but we have to work on that. But I think as an area committee, we have a very close and a very good working relationship with yourselves and in the police, Kevin. And can I just thank you for what you've done? It's been particularly challenging over the past couple of months with COVID and that, and different challenges. And I think you've, as a team in Dingwall and our area, you've encompassed that and done really well. I mean, I always like to see police out on the street and that, and it has been encouraging to see more visible patrols. I appreciate that you can't walk about the likes of Con and like that, with things like that, but there has been a definite increase in the visible patrols, and that's welcomed by old and young alike. Road safety, that's obviously extremely worrying. We've got the increase in drug related incidents, and I think as a council, and you have to work yourselves to try and get across, because it's that the increase in that. And we've all seen and we all know the carnage that can be caused as a result of that. And probably I would like to, if it's possible, in relation to that, Kevin, what percentage, what age profile are we looking at? Are we looking at young people? Are we looking at middle-aged or old? I just maybe, if it was possible, to see what the age profile is on that. You're always going to get the dishonesty aspect of it, but I think just following on what you said, I think it's been encouraging to see the compliance with COVID. It's been sometimes very confusing the way the messages have come out, the way things have been moving. It's a moving feast on that, but I think on the whole, compliance in our area has been good, and you've highlighted that, and I think it just epitomises the close working relationship we have with you. And if there is an issue, we just lift the phone and we can discuss it. But thanks again for your report, and thanks to your officers for the work. Thank you. But maybe just if it was possible, just to have a breakdown of the drug drivers, what age profile, be interesting to see.
Yeah, thanks for your kind words there. I think in general, and this is really a sort of generalisation rather than, it probably is younger drivers, and in particular in the drug driving. Drink driving, I would say that's probably a slightly older age range that we're maybe seeing, but the drug driving is certainly younger age.
Thank you, Kevin. Councillor McLean. I'm sorry, Councillor Margaret Patterson, first of all. Margaret.
It didn't matter, I would have gone next after it. Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much, Kevin. Alistair said most of what probably all of us were going to say. So I'll not dwell on it too much, but just to say thank you very much, because I know how hard you've worked and responded to any queries that we had, and kept us up to date with things that are happening. And very grateful for that, because and so were the public. I like this layout very much, but we do have to understand that it's right across Ross and Cromarty and other areas, and it makes it difficult when we're now just Black Isle, Dingwall and Seaforth. But it's good to know what's going on in other areas as well. I am a bit concerned about the partnerships, because the house visits were excellent when you went with the fire services, health board, NHS, everything. you know, when you went into people's homes. And I know that you can't do that now. And, you know, it's hard for people to understand. I've had a few calls, but, you know, I've tried to say to them, well, you know, it's the time we're in. But these were excellent because they, you know, it was prevention. And that's what's really very important. The only one question I have is, has there been any complaints in the Dingwall area or incidents the 20 miles per hour? Because I know I've seen quite a few near misses, and I've also had I've had quite a number of complaints. So I just wondered if, especially as one is right outside the police station. So I just wondered if you could answer that for me, and thank you again.
No, appreciate that. In general, other than maybe outside schools or certain areas, then we don't routinely enforce 20-mile-an-hour limits, and that's just an approach that's been taken for some time. I was trying to probably anticipate some of these questions coming up, and I was trying to do a little bit of research around. I was of the impression there had been an incident involving a cyclist at one of the traffic calming incidents, but I can't find it on our systems, and it's maybe a bit of a failing of our system actually not reported to us. So I think initially when the measures were put in place, then we did have a couple of complaints come into us, and so, some of that was probably a little bit more informal, and some of that was probably people within our own station raising concerns around some of the issues. Personally, what have I seen, and I know it's maybe not to base it around that, but the one outside the police station is an example. When it's designed to slow traffic down, I would say on occasions it speeds traffic up, because traffic maybe try to take that opportunity to push their way through as opposed to join a queue. And I think that can be seen there, but that's based on my own opinion and what I'm seeing, as opposed to anything coming reported to us. So I suppose the answer is really no. We haven't had a lot of complaints, one or two, but nothing significant.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor McLean, followed by Councillor Fraser.
Okay, thank you, and thanks, Kevin, for the report. Like other members have said, I like what it says, but I was a bit confused about page 16. It kind of jumped, and perhaps that's the way that the information is kind of brought together. It's as if there was a bit missing, but I'm sure that'll change in the future. If I start at page on our papers, page 3, Appendix A, I wondered where you're talking about road safety. Margaret's mentioned that there, and road crime, and the other ward members have also mentioned about speeding. But some of that's down to it's driver behaviour. You know, you mentioned yourself about cars speeding up. I've seen that in Maryborough. And when they can see ahead, they try to speed up rather than just taking that time. But that's driver behaviour, and that's the whole point of putting in the traffic calming, is changing that behaviour so that you're putting cyclists and walkers before those in the car. I wondered about, in this report, it gives us what your KPIs are just now, and I wonder, since COVID has brought in new challenges for you, has that changed your focus, and how will some of these challenges be captured? Because that will be taking up a lot of your police time, and therefore you'll not be able to deal with as much day-to-day work that you've been doing before, and then that could affect your results in this report. And it's not because you're not busy and dealing with issues, it's because you're dealing with visiting all the licensed premises, antisocial behaviour, things that are to do with COVID-19. And I wondered, will that be getting captured in a future reporting, or does that not get captured? On the page 4, the serious organised crime, you said that you've had 4 search warrants, all with positive results. And is that due to intelligence, local intelligence? Is there an increase in drug-related incidents? I'm not sure. I have seen a lot more police cars about in my area, and that's it. I think that's a good thing. On page 5, when it says the number of theft from motor vehicles, you kind of touched on that. It says the increase is attributed to linked incidents in other area commands. Did you expand on that? Is that to do with intelligence as well, if you're able to expand? And right, talked about prevention and intervention activities. Communities have rallied around their vulnerable residents, and we have all collectively looked out for our neighbours, and I think that's true. It's really good comments to make, and it shows that in Highland that we do have very much a community spirit, and people do want to look after their neighbours, and I think that's good. Antisocial behaviour disorders, the increase in breach of the peace and behaviour, that, you know, although where it talks about the occurrence of common assault, that's the figures are well below the 5-year average. Still 46, which is unfortunate. And I'm wondering, with COVID and people anxiety levels being higher, are you seeing a kind of that affecting your day-to-day policing? On page 8, where we talk about protecting the vulnerable people and sexual crimes, it says the figures also includes reporting of non-recent incidents. Can you explain that, if it's in this reporting period? And ensure that people who report hate crimes feel satisfied with the response. And it says that the results of this report will be presented to elected members when available. Will that be to the area committee, or is that to ward level, given that it's very difficult for you to get focused, you know, like ward results? And the prevention intervention, 57 missing people that in North Highland, and 56% relate to missing children or care experienced children. Are you finding that there's a lot more vulnerable older people being reported to you as missing? I asked partly because a recent experience I had, I was told by a doctor, if someone goes missing, you should report it to the police first. And I thought that was, given COVID and all your extra work that you're doing, is that the best way to take that forward? Because that would, filling out a missing persons report and doing all that work will take a lot of resources when you've only got a finite amount of officers to deal with. The road safety and the you know, the on page 10, they're all the figures are down, but is that because of COVID there's less cars on the road, and maybe that's had a positive impact? And on page 11, reduction incidents of vandalism, and it's the comments say the increase is in relation to robust response to youth offending, and I know previously there's a lot of work done in our ward, and I wondered that now that we're going into the dark nights, in previous years, that's when it kind of increases, especially during the school holidays. And is there any, do you know if there's any work focusing on younger people to maybe not have them out throwing stuff at people's windows or creating nuisance as we move forward into the dark nights? So I think that's my questions. And thank you, I agree with everyone else. You know, police officers are key workers, and they are dealing with the public face-to-face on a daily basis, whereas many of us are seeing, you know, talking to people on the phone or on Teams, whereas your officers have to go in and see individuals on, you know, face-to-face. And especially as this is going to go on for at least another 6 months, I'd like to thank you and your officers for all the work that you have been doing during this COVID period, because it can't be easy, and I thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that words, and I'm hoping I'm going to get most of your questions there. I'll just go through it, and if I miss out some, then it's not because I'm trying to bluff them.
That's fine.
Certainly, if activity, you know, we at the start of lockdown, we went through a phase of a real reduction in proactive work, and the direction to people or to officers was certainly, if you don't have to stop somebody in the street or you don't have to stop a car, then let's not just be doing that. Let's deal with things that we need to deal with out and about, as in road policing or the likes. But I think we returned probably to a bit more normality. How that will look going forward, I'm not 100% sure. I know you probably were all copied into a letter from the Chief Superintendent just recently with some updates from the Chief Constable. So how that will look and how the figures, you know, I pick up on your point that even over the last reporting period, some of the figures are up, some are down. So I suppose the thing that we may see going ahead for the last 7 or 8 months is the self-generated stuff. So the stuff that we are out finding, how that will fluctuate next year, as an example. So yeah, that'll be interesting for us to see ourselves, just to see whether there is differences there, and the figures that are roughly the same, is that because of an increase or that. So I don't really have an answer to that one at this stage. The increase and around the drug supply, that's a wee bit twofold. So yeah, I think we have seen an increase in some community intelligence coming into us, which was really positive, and the feedback to some of the social media stuff around drugs enforcement, you can see the feeling locally for that, and I think also, as I maybe touched on, the focus from the division and seeing that as a real priority just now, and diverting resources towards that has also seen that increase around some of that activity. You've caught me out a little bit around the theft from motor vehicles, so I'll do a wee bit more digging into that one, and I'll get, maybe through Di, I'll get something out to you, but it's potentially quite likely that's just been linked through some other crimes and roll up crimes from other areas, but I'll do a little bit more digging around that. You touched briefly on assaults there, and I think the figures sometimes didn't show 100% what we were seeing, and in particular what we were feeling, but we did go for 6-7 weeks where we did see a big reduction in demand for ourselves. But then I think as lockdown began to ease, then we saw more house parties because people weren't going to the pub, and from that we did actually see an increase in around some disorder around some premises like that. Although nobody, they generally weren't breaching the COVID regulations, but too much alcohol, fallouts, and we did see a knock-on a bit with that. Some of the increase is actually linked to the way charges are logged. So one incident may actually result in 2 or 3 charges against an individual if 2 or 3 different people were assaulted by one individual. So that can skew figures just a little bit as opposed to charges, as opposed to incidents. In relation to sexual crimes, we have, and it's a thing that really Police Scotland and other agencies have really been trying to push, is around that confidence for victims to come forward and report sexual crimes to us, and in particular, even if they are historic and dating back some time. So we did see probably 18 months ago, nearly 2 years ago, a big spike of historic sexual offences being reported to us, and certainly across this area, I can think of at least one or two where have resulted in multiple charges being investigated. So an example being somebody in an abusive relationship over a 5-year period, as opposed to that being one incident. That, and if they're fairly specific, that could end up with 10 charges or 10 offences that we're investigating. The hate crime, I would be hopeful, and certainly based on trying to get the other stuff more local, then my hope that would be that come the next reporting period that we would be reporting to you locally on local figures around hate crime, and that's something for me to take forward, just around some of the research around that. So that would be the push with that. Missing persons, our preference would be that if somebody, no matter from very young to very old, goes missing, after initial checks by family, by care home, by whoever, then yeah, I would rather we were told and we were informed and involved sooner rather than later. We have had an incident recently just locally where an elderly person with dementia went missing, and the family didn't want to phone the police, and we were an hour and a half into it, where we could have been slightly ahead of that inquiry. So yeah, still encourage people to report that. I picked up on your bit around vandalisms, and yeah, you know, looking at the dates on that report, last year and up until March this year, then I think we probably did see a slight increase in incidents, and yeah, some of them were linked to young people, unfortunately, and it is something that we're continuing to do. We've been in the schools just in the last week virtually doing an assembly talking about antisocial behaviour and vandalism, and a discussion I was just having yesterday around our preventions team trying to get back in amongst the schools with a couple of little bits and pieces there. I picked up on one other bit. I think was that most of your questions? Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you very much for managing to cope with all of these, Kevin. Craig, would you like to go now? Craig, Councillor Fraser.
I did have some questions, but they've been ably raised by Andrew and answered by Kevin. On page 10, I've just put the reduction in the road speeding down to lack of cars on the road. So I had highlighted, but that's just what I actually thought. But the other point is that we've got the road study between the A9 from Tor through to North Keswick, and I'd hope that your officers would be having a good input into that report, because it's an opportunity that we need to get right. We can't let it go dragging on forever. So I'd hope that I'm going to send you the report as I emailed you the other day. I'll send it in a different manner so that you can forward that on to the relevant officer that would be taking part in that study.
Yeah, certainly. I'll have that discussion with Inspector McKinnon within Road Policing. I'm not passing the buck here, but he's probably one of the people better placed to take part, along with an input from myself. So yeah, our IT system won't cope with the size of your file, unfortunately, but yeah, we'll get that, and we'll certainly have a look at that.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Margaret, I can see a hand there. Is it an old hand, or do you want to say something else?
No, thank you, Chair. It's an old hand.
An old hand. I haven't got control over the electronic hands. I'm not sure who has. Is it you, Alison? If so, I just wonder if someone can take them down after the speaker has finished, so I know what's what.
Yes, I'll do that, Gordon.
Thank you very much. Kevin, many thanks. I was going to also ask you about this question of the Transport Scotland study. There is a strong community wish to have the 50-mile-an-hour speed limit extended to the Aberfili junction, which will be about another mile from where it finishes now. And this apparently is something that could be done very quickly if if Transport Scotland was so minded to do it. So I would be very interested to know what Inspector McKinnon thinks about that as a temporary measure, perhaps, so that people turning into the B9161, the Monlochie Road, will do so within a 50-mile-an-hour speed limit rather than a 70-mile-an-hour speed limit. It seems to me that would be a sensible measure, which actually I think should have been taken months ago. But Transport Scotland are going to be given a letter from a number of communities on the Black Isle making that suggestion following the consultation. So it would be very interesting to know what the police's position on this is. But thank you very much indeed for your report, which has been much appreciated. Craig, do you want to say something else?
Yeah, it's just that you mentioned about the speed limit there. I've mentioned, as you know, over a number of years, that when you turn right into the Tor Primary School, you've come off the A9, you're then on the 835, I think it is, and you turn in right. Before the right turn, you have an advisory speed limit of 60. After that speed limit sign, you have a warning that you're now going to be faced with potential crossing school children. So I've said for a number of years that we're actually encouraging speeding into a hazard. That 60-mile-an-hour speed limit should be the other side of that right turn into the school. So if you could bring that up with Commander McKinnon, that would be good as well. But I have raised that at the workshops and through the consultation, because that is an easy fix. Again, just moving the round door sign of 60 to the other side of the junction and have it as probably a 30 or a 40. I'm not sure how the demarcation of speed works on that, but that is an easy fix, and that would be seen as a road safety issue for that community there where the children are going to school.
Okay. I don't know if you want to respond to that, Kevin, or whether maybe Craig, you could send a separate note to Kevin on that.
Yeah, and it might be actually that Highland Council Roads Department are better placed than the police around that, I would probably suggest. Okay,
right. Thank you very much indeed. We've been asked to note the progress made against the objectives in this report. Is everyone happy to agree with that?
Noted, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Kevin, many thanks for coming along and giving us that report. Many thanks.
No problem.
Okay, right, where are we? Item 4, road maintenance program. Ian Cleef, I think, is here to introduce this item. Ian.
Good morning, councillors. This is just a quick summary of where we are and what we've been through. It has been a difficult year. Coronavirus has proved to be difficult to actually tackle. It attacks us on several fronts. Not only the medical side, but also the social and the psychological side. People are scared to bring the virus to their homes, their workplaces, and we've had to work quite hard to reassure our men that we have done everything that we can do to keep them safe. Quite early on, I think it was early April, the Scottish Government effectively ceased all repairs to the roads, apart from all but the worst potholes and the most important roads. And shortly after this, as work shut down, all the commercial quarries stopped producing tar, which meant that we could only really get coal tar from our own Sconser quarry in Skye. Now, as you're aware, coal tar is maybe okay for a quick repair in the summer, but it's not going to last all winter. And a substantial amount of money was spent trying to patch the roads. As the restrictions relaxed, we could then undertake more work, but the financial restrictions then started to kick in. Looking forward, the revenue and capital budgets have now been released, and unfortunately we're now almost at the point of starting winter. So the capital programme is probably going to have to be deferred, certainly the majority of it, until the next year. So at this point, I'd really just like to open up to any questions.
Thank you, Ian. I think Alistair McKinnon was first. Alistair.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Ian. Thank you for your report. On page 19 and 6.3, the gully cleaning, you mentioned there that gully cleaning was taken out in Conan Bridge and Maryborough. There's still quite a bit of gully cleaning to be done in Conan Bridge. I've had phone calls, especially in relation to Lenig Road. You'll be aware that there was flooding there last year, and these households are getting rather wary when we had a torrential downpour. I think it was last Wednesday or Thursday, and these gullies are blocked. So if I could ask that the gully empty is put into these flood areas, and in Dingwall, I would like to know just how the gully empty programme is and the cleaning is going on in Dingwall as well, bearing in mind all the flooding issues we had. You mentioned the coal tar and the hot tar. Yeah, we got some roadworks done in Conan during the lockdown. The tar did come from Scotland, so hence these are so good. Anything that comes from Skye, is always good. Being a Skye person myself, but no, seriously, fully understand that the revenue and capital has now been released going into the winter. I would hope that should weather permit, that work, given the task to go and repair the roads where necessary. In our wards, the roads are in pretty dire state, some of them, and unless some remedial work is done, even in the winter time, with hot tar, with hot boxes, with jet patches and things like that, we are going to have an enormous bill come the next year if we can't attend to these repairs. Because once the water gets in and the frost gets in, it just lifts the tar, as we all know. So I would just like to have an assurance from Ian that despite this being into the winter, and I fully understand that we're going into a difficult period, depending on what the snow, the ice and things like that might be, but at every opportunity, workforce would be tasked to go and carry out remedial works where necessary. Thank you again, Ian.
I'll just respond to that. Yes, we can look at the gully programme in Conan Bridge, especially the Lenig Road, and we were able to give you a track of where the vehicle's been in Dingwall. We had started to list all the roads that had been treated, had been cleaned, but the list was getting longer and longer, and the time was running out for this committee meeting. We can give you a track of the gully sucker as it moves across those towns. The getting hot tar from Skye was very hit and miss. We had to, the Sconser quarry in Skye would only produce tar if there was no cold tar required, because clearly the plant's got to cool down before they can produce coal tar again. That meant that we were subject to every other operation in the Highland Council needing coal tar, and we're at the extreme limit of transporting that tar, because the further you travel with it, the more the fines separate out from the actual material. I understand what you're saying about winter approaching and remedial work still required. I was really talking about the capital programme, where we were looking at the bigger schemes. I've asked my road officers to go through the capital programme and find out what they think is realistic to achieve in the time we have left. And they're thinking about that just now. That's going to be discussed this Thursday. Once we have that plan in place, we'll expect to action it. We'll still obviously be doing repairs to potholes in between winter operations. So I think that answers your point, Alistair.
Thanks, Ian. I think it's Craig next, followed by Angela.
Yes, thanks, Gordon. I'd just like to say thank you for Laura. We had potential flooding in Church Street, and your guys were out pretty quickly, and that situation was averted. I think we're going to have a bit more of an investigation as to why that particular gully continues to cause us problems, but it was a thank you for that. Picking up on the gully emptying, that's obviously just basic maintenance, which does, as you know, save us a great deal in the long term if we can actually get on top of it. I'd like to see a gully emptier between the two wards, but that's a different strategic discussion to be had. I think that over the years, in future years, would make a huge difference to our road maintenance programme. It would be obviously a bit of a capital input initially, but I think over the years it would save us a lot of money. I think that's something I've mentioned in the past. The other one is to try and get landowner support, because if you go down, as you know, if you go down Findon Brae to the Cromarty Bridge, there's always soil coming off those fields and impacting on our carriageway. And again, it's something I've said before, interaction with landowners to try and get their support as much as possible. And the other one, I was talking to a neighbour in Cromarty. I've emailed you separately, and that's in respect of the last corner on the 832 at the Fairy Glen, to get the barriers back. The concern was raised there that as we're coming into the more autumnal and winter weather, that if a vehicle did slip on that, it's going straight over down a 20-foot embankment. So I've sent you that email, and if you could give that some consideration, I'd be very grateful. So that's basically it. And you're in a very difficult position at the moment, and all your team. So any help we get is much appreciated.
Thanks, Craig. Angela, maybe you go ahead with your questions, and then Ian can pick them both up.
Okay, thank you. I'll echo what the other two members have said, Ian, and I'm pleased that you started with your staff, because they have been doing the best job they possibly can given the circumstances, and I'm sure we've all seen them out and about when we've been going round our wards, working to fill the potholes. And this morning, I think I was on Fingal Road when I passed. So I do know that it's out and about. But a question about the gully emptier, because last year when we had flooding in Dingwall, we found out that housing had a gully emptier, and but that wasn't under your control. And I wondered, has that changed, or do you have that extra capacity of another gully emptier, or do housing still have their own gully emptier? And where does that get reported to? What if it's being used in our ward? And my other questions are about, Craig and Alistair mentioned about some pinch points, and there are certain gullies that cause problems. We know about the one in Leanog Road. Craig's talking about ones in his own ward, and they do need to be cleared on a regular basis. But you only have so many staff, and when you speak to your staff as well, out and about, they say if we as councillors give them the right tools, they'll be able to do a better job. And you've kind of had a constraint due to the fact that we had difficulty with our budget. We had a budget balanced, and then due to COVID and everything else, that changed, and that's caused lots of delays for you, Ian, and your team. And I appreciate it 7.2 where it talks about the capital programme will be deferred, but how quickly in the new financial year will you be able to hit the ground running, as it were, to get these jobs started? There are a couple that are mentioned here for both our wards for the area, and there are many more that we need done. But And at 7.3, you say that you still haven't got your revenue budget allocation yet. Is that still the case? But maybe when you were doing the report. And I wondered, I can see why you're dealing with the low cost operations, but the drainage work, as far as I think all of us are concerned, is really important. The ditching and the gully emptying, and the grass cutting's probably just about finished for the season. And I wondered what if you've got any idea at 7.1 where it talks about future implications, and COVID is costing a lot more, so it's costing twice as much in some cases to do the same job, because of the increase in stock in having to hire other vehicles so that the staff can get there. And I wondered what the impact is on the network of all these roads that have not been able to be done, because there's still a backlog there, and that backlog is only going to increase as we go through the winter. Thanks.
Chair,
Right.
could I come in with my question, because it's along the same lines,
Yes, okay, fine, Margaret.
so that
yeah.
Ian McCreath can answer it all in one. Okay, thank you. First of all, I really have to mention about Tallow Street. We were so lucky to get Tallow Street done before lockdown, and what a difference it has made. It has been absolutely tremendous, and many people have remarked on it, so a huge thank you for that. Now, the galley cleaning, I noticed that from April, galleys were cleaned in the following villages. Well, I think but that's just a little blip. But I've had quite a few complaints in Dingwall. Is Ross Wynd, a lady in Ross Wynd, she spoke to the galley cleaners, and they said, oh yes, we're coming up your way. Well, she's watched for days and they never did. So the area of MacLeod Place, Ross Wynd, Neilgan Road, there was no galley vehicle seen there as far as they're aware, but this one lady made a point of watching, and she said the ones outside her house, and they got flooded at the last two floods that we had. So she was really very concerned about that. And outside my gate on Craig Road, I mean, it's flooding every single day, and they've dug it up so many times and right to Mr. Reed's, and they don't seem to be able to find what the problem is. So I wondered if we're any way to resolving it, because it's not just a little drop of water, it's quite a bit. And the last one, the Station Road Dingwall, that will be right out to the mark, I presume, when the scheme is it considered, or will not? Is it definitely going ahead? Because I was a bit concerned at the word the following schemes will now be considered for surface dressing. Well, I hope it means that they are going to get surface dressing. So, and thank you very much, and pass on my thanks to all the workforce, because it must be a very difficult time for them. Thank you.
So, right, Ian, I don't know if you can remember all of these, but you can have a go.
Okay. In response to Councillor Fraser, I'll pass on your thanks to Laura regarding Church Street and Cromarty. We will have a look at that gully again. Everything we build, whether it's a road, a bridge, or a house, it needs basic maintenance. The more maintenance you put into something, the less it's going to deteriorate and the more money you're going to save. So in that sense, I mean, having a gully sucker, having more plant and equipment, more men, more resources is always going to be an improvement. But we have to balance the books as well. And a few years back, I think it was maybe a year ago, we didn't even have our own dedicated gully sucker. Now we do. And that's serving the former Skye, Ross and Cromarty area. We have it about 2/3 of the year. has already been across the Skye, and we've deployed it quite a bit around Ross and Cromarty. I can provide tracks. The gully sucker has a GPS tracker in it, and I can provide a track showing where it's been and where it's been working. I would agree that landowners do have a legal duty to prevent water running onto our roads. This is a big misunderstanding. Quite often, as under common law, there is a right to discharge water to the lower landowner, but under the Road Scotland Act, not when it comes onto the road. In many cases, the cost of trying to put in effective drainage to prevent that is more than most farmers could realistically achieve, because they would have to put in a crossing underneath the road and then carry that further down, possibly into somebody else's land. So it's a question of working with landowners rather than effectively just quoting the legislation and hoping that they're going to be able to fix all the problems, because even if they had the resources to fix the problem, they quite often need third-party consent, and that's where we can often come in. With regards to the 8832 at the Fairy Glen, I would like to have another look at the slip before we replace the safety fence. But we'll I'll sort of mull that over and get back to you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor McLean, I'll pass on your thanks to all my staff. We will again check the gully emptier, its track, where it's been. I think after the Dingwall flood, it was realised that we needed our own plant, or our access to our own plant anyway, at short notice, and we invested in having a gully sucker in each of the four, as it was then, council areas. So Skye, Ross and Cromarty have their own gully sucker. It's most of the time it's based at Craig Road or Green Hill. We have it for at least 3/4 of the year, and we have a programme where it's being used. As I said, it's got a tracker on it, so we can find out where it was more or less each day. The software is a bit clunky and it's not easy to extract information. But to give you an example, you can take a screenshot showing where it's been, and it can show you where it's been around each individual street. The resources are limited, and having the right tools means that we can get efficiencies. We are looking at what plant items we want, what we can expect, and where those efficiencies are coming from. But there is going to be a budget, a business case has to be made for the replacement of the capital plant. So we're looking at quantifying what we can actually get out of buying new plant, as opposed to just thinking it's going to be an improvement. We need to quantify that improvement. With regards to the impact on the budget of COVID-19, it has impacted the budget. We've just recently had our budgets released. Because our work is very seasonal. We in a typical year, around about March, April time, we start patching. We start our surface dressing season in May, June, July. We move on to overlays in August, September. We try to get the cyclical works done, and then we move into winter. Surface dressing is very seasonal, and it's and that was why all the surface dressing programs were automatically deferred till next year. There's absolutely no point in trying to start those operations now. It's far too cold. The impact we're going to see next year is going to be severe, because we have an increased revenue budget, which is very useful. We also will have more capital works, but we've still got the same number of men and the same number of plant. So we have to start planning now to make sure that my 3 roads officers are not all wanting the same piece of plant, doing the same operation in the same weeks next year. Now, there's always going to be things that you can't predict. Maybe it's unseasonably cold at the end of the winter, or maybe we have to do something earlier, such as surface dressing. But we need to start planning now so that that plant is allocated and we know who's doing what. The impact of COVID-19 cost-wise is impacted on vehicle hire. I took the decision very early on that the only way I was going to get the men to basically to turn up for work was to give them the confidence that they weren't going to be in contact with other colleagues. And one way to achieve this was to go straight to 1 man per van. And I'd also like to thank Laura and Gary for their work in preparing a very exhaustive and extensive risk assessment for COVID-19, which went a long, long way to reassuring our men that we were doing everything that we could. Without those measures of 1 man per van and risk assessments and toolbox talks, I think we would be in a far worse position just now. Although our hire vehicle costs have gone up because of that, it was the only way we could actually operate. But equally, there were other operations that weren't permitted. So our costs overall are pretty much on par as they were last year. I'll pass on your message, Councillor Patterson, to Pat Monrose, who completed Tulloch Street. It is looking really good. I'll also check the gully track for Ross Wynd, MacLeod Place and Neil Gunn Road, and I'll have a think about Craig Road again. The comment I made about Station Road, the surface dressing schemes being considered for next year, every single year a road network gets worse, and some roads get worse than others. So every year when I bring my programme to the Ward Business Meeting and then to the committee for approval, it's, if you like, a snapshot of where I see the worst sections of road are for that year. Both the severity of the road and also the importance of it. I also recognise that some roads leading to our more isolated communities are the only way in. So it's not just putting all the money where it's you're getting the biggest reward. You've got to sort of try to spread the actual cash about a wee bit. In terms of what my plan is next year, I do intend to bring Station Road for surface dressing, but at this point in time, there may be other more pressing needs. But I guess that's just what we have to do. Winter's coming and we don't know what the outcome is going to be come Easter.
Thank you, Ian.
I think that answers all the questions.
I think that's a pretty good effort anyway. Many thanks, Ian. And yeah, very useful background. And yeah, I think pass on our thanks to your workforce. I have one question myself, which relates to the capital work at Monroe's Nursery. Do I assume, I understand it's been deferred, but do you actually still have the budget for this? And if so, is it likely to happen next spring?
It still remains on the approved capital programme. I think it's going to be kind of fiddly work. You've got it's the only road in and out, and you've got both businesses and residents using it. So we have to try and keep the road open. We need to be able to sort of like build it. Going into winter is not the time to be considering that as a capital scheme that we could do. What we're looking at now is straightforward overlays that we can achieve relatively quickly. I had no intention of taking Monroe Nursery off the capital programme. But as I've said to Councillor Patterson, each year, it's a snapshot of where the worst roads are, and some roads will deteriorate worse than others. So I've really got to try and spread my money where the worst sections are.
Okay, fine. Thanks for that. The other thing I just draw your attention to is it's interesting. The jet patcher was at Drumsmittle because it was really in bad condition. It's still pretty rough, and I think it might be worth one of your guys going and having a quick look at that at some stage. It may need some further treatment, but bearing in mind the Christmas tree lorries are going to be using that road extensively over the next couple of months. I'm not quite sure whether it's appropriate to do anything now or later.
I would consider leaving it till the spring, unless we have to step in as an emergency. The jet patcher is very useful as a temporary measure, and in some particular cases, but effectively all you're doing is spraying emulsion and small stone chips into a pothole. You're not here. There's no attempt to understand what's caused that pothole or how you can fix it. And generally, there's quite often structural problems below the road surface that the jet patcher doesn't even begin to reach.
Okay. Thanks, Ian. Margaret, do you want to say something else?
Yes, I did want to come back because I wanted to say to Ian, from Station Road out to the Mart, that road was done, but it wasn't done properly. So surely it has to be fixed, because it would have been worse than what it was. And that is not acceptable. So, saying that maybe, and I can understand other roads might be really bad and they're only the road in, but I just do not think it's fair. And, there's no, at the moment, there's not so much traffic on it, but it will come that there will be lots of traffic on it when we get, better restrictions and, easier restrictions than what we have now. And I just think it's not acceptable because it's breaking a promise. And I do understand about the problems and sympathise, but, it's my job or my duty as the local councillor, one of the local councillors, to make sure that it is made better from what they left it, because it really is not good enough.
If I could just come back to that, Councillor Patterson, there was nothing wrong with the road surface when we laid it. If you remember, there was 2 breakdowns, accidents on the trunk road network that day that forced all the traffic off the trunk road network and through Dingwall. It was also a really hot day and the traffic was backed up and it was sitting on the freshly laid surface dressing. Because it was a hot day, most of the cars had their air conditioners on, and every so often the air conditioning in the car dumps the heat out the vehicle and onto the road surface. Between the excess heat from the air conditioners and also the vibrations coming through the engine, through the tyres and onto the actual stone chips, that's what caused the failure. There was nothing actually wrong with it when our guys had finished it. I take your point about that it was on the capital programme and it should be completed. And just for clarity, at this point, I have no intention of removing it. I would also say that both at the ward business meeting and at the committee, you can recommend changing my report. I would stress, however, that as time goes on, and especially over winter, the state of our roads will deteriorate. And we do have to make some hard decisions as to which roads we will repair and which roads we have to defer for future years. As time stands just now, the station road will be included in my draft programme for next year.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you for that insight. It just shows what a complicated business it is when you repair roads. It's not obvious why things deteriorate. Alistair, I think you've got another question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for allowing me in. I was just going to say just exactly what Ian has said there. There was absolutely nothing wrong with the tar when it was laid in Station Road. It was just gridlock in Dingwall that day, and the heat there. I know I was caught up in it as well, and we got an explanation of that at the community council, and the chair of the community council explained that as well because he has background information. But I would just probably disagree with Margaret there. There was absolutely nothing wrong with the road. The tarring was left. It was just circumstances that led to that. And thank you, Ian, for your explanation. And thanks again for I omitted, and it's I apologise, just to thank your staff for the amazing work they do. If it's an issue, we just lift the phone and we can have a chat with them. Thanks again.
Yeah, I'm sure we all echo that, Ian. We've been asked to scrutinise the report, which I think we've done well and truly, and note it. Is everyone happy? Okay, thank you very much indeed, Ian. Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, item 5, which is the Dingwall temporary 20-mile-an-hour speed limit and associated traffic calming. I think Ross Bartlett is going to introduce this report, and I think Colin Howell is also in attendance. Ross, are you there?
I am, and hopefully this is working.
We can hear you. Hi.
Perfect, thank you. Has my camera come on?
It has, yes, yeah, we can see you.
So I'll just introduce the paper and then answer any questions. I do have a short presentation I can put on, which just for the members that aren't in that ward, so they can see photos of the new layout and things like that. The 20-mile-an-hour scheme in Dingwall has been designed, or has been in the process of design for 2 or 3 years now. And as part of the SISTRANS Places for Everyone grant, we had money from SISTRANS to fund the design. Consultation was underway, COVID struck, and we had to halt consultation early. So the decision was made when the Spaces for People temporary funding came out, we could apply to that and then put the measures in to encourage active travel during COVID, which is why this scheme was so quick in implementation, because the designs and drawings were already out there. Although the temporary traffic calming isn't of the same design as is planned in the permanent, it is in the same locations. So I will quickly, hopefully this works. And you can see the presentation. It's only just quick photos. So this is the back road traffic island, which has been moved and is the part of the reason this has come to committee. It used to sit on the giveaway line here. In fact, if I go on to the next slide, it should be a bit easier. The traffic island used to sit back here, and people were complaining they couldn't see. Although it was designed to standard, we did decide to move it to make the view a little bit better for folk. The reason it is in here, this one particularly in Back Road, is because it's a key pedestrian crossing location. And it links Millbank and Chestnut, Neilgan up on the left here through Magnes Wood and Dees Avenue to the town. We had a pedestrian count carried out last year, and we had in the region of 72 pedestrians used that in a 12-hour period, which is quite high usage for October because we are getting into the colder weather. It's kind of why we chose this location. The 20-mile-an-hour limit was extended to include this section of the road for the same reason, to try and make that area safer for pedestrians. Reducing speed limits for pedestrians, although there wasn't a collision history at that location prior to this, the speeds are fairly high with means of kind of 32 and 30.7, but you've got over 70% of the vehicles coming down the hill are speeding in excess of 30 mile an hour. So when we put the 20 in to cover the pedestrian crossing, we have to use associated traffic calming in line with Scottish Government guidelines, which state that anything over 24 mile an hour needs traffic calming to have a 20 mile an hour limit. installed, and that's to avoid the burden on the police to enforce, and they generally aren't supportive of 20 mile an hour limit schemes if they're not designed to that standard, because we try and make them self-enforcing, which is why we've used traffic calming. There's a wee picture of it once it's been moved. You can see I've taken that from the driver's point of view at the giveaway line, and you can see where before you could only see 75 meters down the road, where we've relocated it to, you can see all the way to the junction now. So it makes it a lot easier for drivers to get round, a lot clearer for them. That's what it should look like when it's finished. That's one in Smithton and Inverness. It won't have the school keep clears, but it's just that kind of thing which will incorporate a pedestrian crossing. But the temporary one, as you'll see, doesn't. It just narrows the road to one lane for it. I've carried out a number of site visits here now at peak time. I tend to hide where I'm standing here, which is behind a big tree, so I'm not making drivers act any differently. If this works, this is a good indication to show that this feature actually functions. It's a short video I took, and you'll see that car took it. Okay, the next car comes in a little bit too fast, and you'll see it brakes quite hard when it comes in. See, he had to brake quite hard because he's come down there a bit faster than he probably should have. And it's one of these ones, if you approach it at 20, you actually have plenty of time to make the decision to go. But if you approach too fast, you have to brake quite hard to be able to see. There's another car comes down. You'll see this one gets round, and then the next two see the lorry coming and stop. And I didn't set this up, but the pedestrian uses it as is intended, which it flows really well. I think it's definitely better where it is when we moved it. So that's back road, both the reason for it being there and it in operation. Burn Place is the other one that we've had a lot of complaints about, or less so than back road, but it's a similar design. This is as constructed, apart from these lines haven't been put in, but again, mean average speeds were 27 and 25.4, so they were too high to put in a 20 mile an hour limit without traffic calming. That's it in place. Again, this one flows, I don't have a video of this one, but this one flows reasonably well. You do get the occasional peak build up of traffic coming towards the camera in this photo. Not so much now. I've seen it a couple of times while driving around Dingwall, not on my site visits, where traffic has been backed up to near the police station, but it's generally stopping to let the queue clear going west. So it is flowing okay, and you occasionally get a build up of traffic heading west, particularly at peak times. But again, it clears very quickly, and that is the kind of background to that scheme. So I will offer any questions now if I haven't covered anything, if I've missed anything. Well, I will say these are temporary features, so they can be in for only up to 18 months. Our intention is to promote the permanent order and permanent features and redo all the statutory consultation for those features once we get a chance to do that.
Ross, thanks very much indeed. Councillor McKinnon and then Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ross, for the report. And just to say, highlight yourself, it's very important to note that we've been asked today to recommend just the extension of the temporary traffic calming measures on Back Road and Burn Place. I personally am in favour of this. I'm in favour of anything that slows down traffic and makes it safer for pedestrians. And as we saw in the Back Road there, we saw the pedestrians going. It was interesting to see that the vehicle that had to brake very suddenly was a taxi. But anyway, that's another issue. No, the only issue I had probably was Back Road was there's a bit of foliage. I haven't been over there in the last number of weeks, but there's quite a bit of foliage coming through the hedge. I think it's important that that's cut back to ensure that the vision that you see from your quick report there is seen as well. I mean, it's all very well to put a speed limit in, but the sad fact is it's driver error. It's the way the drivers operate. Unless you have an obstruction there, you will not slow down the traffic. We saw that at Conant Bridge, we saw it in Maryborough. There's a lot of criticism, but it slows traffic down, and that's the sad reality. You have to have obstructions like that in place to slow it down. As I said before, anything that slows down traffic and makes it safer for pedestrians, I'm all in favour of that. I actually, I've had a lot of positive comments from people in Dingwall that some places they're able to get out of their houses a lot easier now. And I actually spoke to a gentleman, very well known in the town, and he was probably critical of the layout, but he remembers when his brother was knocked down, thankfully survived, and was hit by a car at 40 miles an hour, speeding in Dingwall many years ago. So it just shows you that it does work. We just have to slow down. We have to take it easy. I actually came across a vehicle that was at back road that had to stop. I was going uphill, they were coming downhill, very nearly had a head on, and when I spoke to the driver in question, I reminded the driver that I had a dash cam on my car, and they apologised profusely. They were in a hurry, and I said, well, that doesn't give you an excuse to speed, you know, because if a kid or anybody had been trying to cross that road, they would have definitely been hit. And that's just shows you that we have to work as well, and we have to work with I know that the police, it takes a burden off the police when we put that in, and they would only moderate the flow of traffic around the schools and things like that. But all in all, was thank you for your work, and thanks for the work you and your team have done with this. I think it's good, and for me, it achieves the thing it's set out to be, to slow down the traffic and make it safer for pedestrians. Thank you.
Thank you, Alistair. Margaret.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, I'm not in favour of it, and I've heard what Alistair says, and that's not to say that I'm absolutely against people speeding, but these are not in the right place. I have spent ages going around the town just looking at people, and they are speeding up. They are running to try and get through it. They're just, it's not right, and this is not the right time to even gauge it because of COVID-19. There isn't the amount of traffic that will be on the road. And could you tell me, you've got remove the traffic calming feature and the 20 miles per hour limit from back road. Is it 20 miles right up to the end of, from back road to the end of Everton Road? I didn't think it was. I thought that was 30. So it says here, remove the traffic calming feature and the 20 miles per hour limit from back road. Could you clarify that for me? But I want to come back.
Where are you exactly? What's your paragraph?
It should, it's the section of back road it should probably read. The 20 mile an hour limit is on back road just to a couple of 100 metres past the traffic calming feature, going up towards the school. So it's not the full length of back road. So it should have probably said this section of back road, as opposed to reading all back road. If I share this again, I can show you where it stops. Gotta love technology. So, no, sorry. That's where the 20 mile an hour limit starts on back road. Coming down from the hill where the red line is. So the 20 mile an hour limit it refers to for removing on back road. If we have to remove this traffic calming feature because of the average speeds, we'll have to take that limit off this section of back road that leads down to Strathpeffer Road.
Thank you, Ross. Angela, would you like to comment also?
Sorry, I said,
sorry,
all right.
You're not finished, right? Sorry, Margaret.
No, but I wanted to clarify that one. but it's not to Strathpeffer Road, it's Bridgend Avenue, because back road is only from halfways over the bridge. So it's only a little bit.
Oh, okay. So it'll be back road. And I'm sorry, that's my fault. I didn't realise that Bridgend Avenue was the bottom
Bridgend
section
Avenue
of the...
is down to Strathpeffer Road.
Right,
So,
sorry, that's my fault. So it'll be back road. So it's the section of road from it's back road and Bridgend Avenue. Then it would need to come off and come down to Strathpeffer Road because of the mean average speeds there. That is my fault there.
Okay, Margaret, is that anything else?
no, I'll come back.
Right, Angela.
Thank you, Chair. The reason it's at committee today is mentioned in the report is as local members we couldn't come to a final decision because some of us were in favour and some were against. And I want to thank Ross for his work in compiling this. And just to give a little bit of background, as it says in the report, this has been ongoing for some time. And last year, I'd organised a meeting with Living Streets because we had a number of issues from residents about the state of the pavements, about people in wheelchairs having difficulty crossing, that cars weren't slowing down for them at the junctions. And Councillor Patterson came along to the meeting that we had as well. And I think it was very worthwhile. Shop Mobility, other organisations in the town were there, and we did a walk around of the area, and we went this far to look at where we could make improvements for not only for people in wheelchairs, but for walkers as well. And we've slowly been making inroads into some of the outcomes from that report with the help of Ross and Robin Pope. And one of the issues that was raised at that time was the 20 mile an hour around Dingwall. Many people are passed for a 20 mile an hour speed limit because cars are travelling too fast. And I know that in Ross's film it showed 2 taxis that were speeding as it came up to the traffic island. And I know that area very well, as the same as Councillor Patterson, because I'm there at least 4-6 times a day, and most of the time that traffic calming is working. And I think that although it mentions at 5.2 the rationale behind this section of back road being included in the 20 mile an hour, one of the things that it wasn't listed was it's also a route that many primary and secondary school children take to go to Dingwall Primary or Dingwall Academy. And although I don't think it is a safer route to school in the technical terms, it is a route that a lot of children take, and they do go into Maggie's Wood and play as well. I think that, you know, there's been a lot of comments from members of the public on social media and elsewhere, either for or against this proposal. But I think what council officers have to do is, as it says in this report, is to agree with the law, and they can only, as it says in 5.1, follow government guidelines when setting out speed limits in areas. And it talks about without traffic calming, the speed limit has to be below 24 miles an hour. But if it's above that, then traffic calming has to be included. And, you know, as said in the report, the speed limits going up the hill were over 30 miles an hour and coming down 32. And it's hard to tell from a map, but it is quite a steep hill coming down back road. And I know that ward members are aware of other traffic calming that could be coming forward further up near the shops to help facilitate slowing down the traffic, because that's a route that many pupils are taking coming back and forth to the academy and to Dingwall North there. At 4.1, it says that we were 19 days into a 21-day statutory consultation, and that only stopped because of COVID. But there were very few objections, perhaps Ross could say, at that time to that proposal. And as Ross has said in his opening remarks, the traffic calming, although it's not identical, is in the similar locations that were proposed in that original consultation. The options, page 20, the bottom of page 23 and the top of page 24 explains the rationale behind having the speed limit reduced, and also the guidelines that must be taken into consideration. And I'm sure that's been made very clear. The options at the bottom of page 24 for me at 8.1 is the first option, is what I will be voting for, and I don't believe that the second or third option are should be agreed by the area committee. And I know that Margaret and others may have other views there, but I really do think this is an ideal opportunity when we are looking at climate change, about modal shift, about getting people out of their cars. There's many more people since COVID that have taken up the First Minister's challenge and getting out for their hour's walk a day, and you can see them walking back and forth around Dingwall and other communities. And I think it's incumbent on us as the local authority to make sure that as they do that, they can be as safe as possible. And for me, this is about improving the safety of children going to and from school, and walkers and cyclists, and also wheelchair users. And it wouldn't be needed if drivers would change their behaviour, and that is really important. Colin Howell and others have said that it's about changing driver behaviour. And I have to say that it's not young people, it's women like me, it's businesses, there's so many reasons, and you can see them, as Alistair said, that are speeding. But what we have to do is remind people that they have to slow down when they're in town, because more and more of our communities are looking for 20-mile-an-hour speed limits. And if the speed limits are high, like they are here, then traffic calming needs to be included in that proposal. So thank you very much, Chair. But I'll be going for option 1 when we get to that stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLean. Margaret, do you want to come back at this stage, or do you want Ross to answer the?
No,
please.
Yes, please, I'll come back now. Well, I'm not in favour, as I've seen quite a number of near misses. And, I feel that we haven't consulted properly or fully. And I think it's been done in a hurry because of the opportunity of funding. And I mean, there is one paragraph on page 22, 4.3, which I can't for the life of me get my head round it, to be honest, that these emergency measures are designed to encourage a model shift to active travel for essential journeys and aid social distancing during the pandemic. Well, I just can't understand why it'd be more likely to take the cars off the pavements, because that's where people can't social distance, because there's cars on the pavements all over the town and other areas, and you have to go on the road, especially if you're in a wheelchair or you've got a pram or you've got 1 or 2 children holding their hands. And the 20 miles per hour is in areas where it's, and I'm all for that, but there isn't 20 miles per hour on the back road, Old Eventon Road, Newton Road, Craig Road, and these are the roads that the traffic are the busiest on and the heaviest traffic. So I'm sorry, I just think that this hasn't been given enough thought, and I will not be agreeing to it retaining the calming features. I'm probably
Thank you,
Margaret. But there you are.
Okay, Councillor McKinnon, do you want to come back in?
Just a comment that Councillor Patterson made there regarding cars that are parked on the pavement and obstructing wheelchairs and prams and that. That is actually a police matter. So if anybody does see that, you can contact the police, because that is actually, there's legislation out now. And if you do inform the police, they will come and do it. I've done it myself, and they will act on it.
Yeah, strangely enough, I took a trip around this area on Saturday, and I was surprised to see signs which seemed to be encouraging cars to park partly on the pavement, which I'd never seen before. And I don't know if they're legal or not, but it was a bit strange. Angela, do you want to say something? Just quickly, Angela, because we're...
Yes, thank you. Yes, these new signs have gone up because of the new legislation that's coming in that's going to stop, Ross could probably tell you more, cars parking on the pavement. And at the West End there, where most of that is happening, it's actually helping with the slowing down of the traffic. And I think that for other members that aren't at our ward meeting, we've actually had briefings from Brian Stout and Ross on further parts of Old Evington Road and the implications of putting in 20 mile an hour on those stretch. So we probably at a ward level have got much more information than the rest of the area committee have at this time, and there would have to have been a much more traffic calming all the way up Old Evington Road, similar to what is at Maggie's Wood at the moment. So that is perhaps a white elephant, is it? It's called.
All right. Okay. Thanks, Angela. Ross, back to you. Anything you'd like to say?
I can cover your signs. It's actually a prohibition of parking on the pavement. The round sign with the car half on the pavement, it's actually prohibiting vehicles on the pavement. That new legislation comes in April, by the way.
Right.
So with regards to, I'll cover off Councillor Patterson's comment regarding Newton Road, Back Road, Old Evington Road. As Councillor McLean has said, that was at the ward meeting that we had that conversation, and it was removed because of the additional burden on traffic calming, and those being particular link roads, as opposed to, although Craigburn Place and that is a link road, Newton Road and those other ones mentioned are kind of bigger, wider roads that require a lot more traffic calming to make it an achievable 20 mile an hour limit. It's also important to note that we're not, the proposal today isn't to permanently promote these traffic calming features. These are still temporary features and will remain temporary features, but because of the inability to come to decision at the ward business meeting with the public complaints, it was taken here to try and get a decision about retention. But it is still for the temporary order. The full consultation will be carried out again, and although we didn't have we had one objection when the consultation closed, we didn't manage to hold our public event, and I know there were a couple of people who were going to come to that public event to get more information before potentially putting an objection in. That wasn't about the feature on Back Road, but that was about a feature that isn't actually in on a temporary basis. So I do know there was a couple of people coming to that. So we will be doing as much public consultation as we are allowed when we do the permanent features. The aid to social distancing and encouraging active travel, reducing the speed limit to 20 mile an hour makes pedestrians feel more comfortable. Where pavements are narrower, it allows for more time for the decision if someone wants to step off the pavement to allow a car to pass. It means if there is a collision, the chances of a pedestrian surviving when hit at 20 are about 95%, whereas they've got about a 45% chance of being killed if they're hit at 30, is what the kind of research shows. So it's a much higher survival rate for a pedestrian that's struck at 20, which is why we do them. And again, because this isn't necessarily a collision reduction scheme, it's more about encouraging active travel. That's why the measures have been put in place, and that's why that bit ticks off. Park Road, Old Edmonton Road, I've covered. I think that's everything. I don't think I've missed anything off. I'm sure someone can correct me if I have.
Thank you, Ross. Thank you very much. I think experience has shown that whenever these schemes are introduced, there tends to be a period in which there is public confusion and quite a number of public complaints. We've seen this in Monlochie. We've seen it more recently in Inverness. But the fact that you, I assume, are monitoring this pretty carefully, and if there are any unintended consequences, you're looking at it and will take appropriate action. That, to me, is a major relief. But undoubtedly, the direction of travel is to have 20-mile-an-hour speed limits, to have increasing concern for public safety, and increasing active travel routes in these roads. So from my perspective, looking at it more broadly and looking at the policies of the Scottish Government as well as Highland Council, it seems to be important to give this scheme a chance to prove itself, which it should do or otherwise in the next 18 months. So having said all that, can I ask members to agree, first of all, to note the report, which is much appreciated. It's a very well written and very well sourced report. And secondly, to approve the retention of the temporary traffic calming features on Back Road and Burn Place in Dingwall. Margaret, I know you don't agree with this. Is there anyone else who is not in agreement? Okay, in that case, I think that this measure is approved by the committee.
Chair, can I have my dissent recorded, please?
Of course, yes.
Okay.
Right. Thank you, Ross, and thank you, Colin, who I think has been quietly listening in from afar.
Chair, can I just say a word? I mean, it was a good debate, and I'd just like to thank Ross for the work that he's done, and also for the fact that he's actually on holiday today and he's made the effort to come in. So I'd just like to record my thanks for him for that. But thank you very much. A good discussion.
Thank you, Ross.
Chair, can I come back and ask if the sign up the bridge saying Back Road, please be clean, that people can see that it says Back Road, because someone's painted over it since quite a while. So that needs to be done.
Right. I'm not sure whether that's something that Ross can do, but perhaps could be picked up by the appropriate person. Maybe you could take a note of that, Di.
Email.
Yeah,
Could you? Okay, thanks very much indeed. Right. Okay. Thank you all. We go on to the next item, which is number 6, and this is the report into Fortrose Academy. I'm not certain who's here to introduce this. Is it Lindsay Third, or is it
Chair?
It's Derek, is it?
Yes, unfortunately, Lindsay Third is taking some well-earned rest, so I said I would pick this up.
Thank you, Derek. Yes, would you like to say a few words of introduction?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. So the inspection report was published in February, and of course, like most services of the council, was then badly affected by lockdown, and this is the first opportunity for us to present a summary of this to members today. Overall, from the report, you'll note that learning, teaching, assessment and raising attainment and achievement were both graded by HMI as good. And some of those high points included the use of digital technology. Attainment to national qualifications, of course, remains very high at Fortrose Academy as well. And you'll note the kind of 2 key action points, which is really about broad general education and assessment around that. So that's the S1 to around about S3. There was a couple of points made that is probably worth noting, which includes a partnership working and supporting young people, particularly important with mental health and citizenship skills. And HMI particularly mentioned those as being worthy of sharing with other schools in Scotland. You have the report, members, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Derek. That's appreciated. Craig Fraser.
Move that down. Yeah, I read the report a number of times, and I welcome it. I mean, I've just picked out, I'm not going to pick all the way through it, but I just picked out certain words that give me assurance. Not that I need assurance, because it's a good report. Page 32, 4.4, the key word there, or words, is that the HMI team were confident, and I've always known this to be the case with the head teachers there and the teachers and pupils within the staff within the school. So that is that one. Page 34, it's the third bullet point, and it says young people achieve outcomes that are significantly better than the virtual comparator. I'm not sure what the virtual comparator is, but again, that is another very competent position there to achieve outcomes that are better or significantly better, not just ordinarily better, but well above that. And it's on the last page, page 35, bullet point 2, young people supporting others in the community. And the point I wrote down there was considering what's happened to young people on the Black Isle and surrounding area over the past number of years, and Gordon, you all know what I'm talking about there. I think we all know. That is a very key point. And the other one on the one below, which is develop young people's well-being. Now, that strikes a chord with me, because by doing this, it reduces ACEs in later life. And if we can get an ACE score to 0 over a period of time, that again is going to benefit people. I mean, I remember my own sort of upbringing around about 18. I lost a significant number of pals to motorcycle accidents, car accidents, and other bits and pieces. And there was no support really there. There was no bereavement counselling. We just had to get on with it. Things have changed, and I think those bullet points there need to be highlighted, and it's what the school has done, and the third-party organisations around those points is to be commended. So that's all I'll basically say on that.
Thank you, Craig. Yeah, I would endorse that. Angela.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I wasn't sure if I'd put my hand up or not. Yes, as Derek said, we have two goods. There are key points there about S1 to S3, that at 4.3. But and I won't go over what Craig said, because this is a school in his ward. But what I wanted to maybe focus on was at 7.1, where it talks about where there's been good practice with young people supporting others in the community, for example, through participation with Black Isle carers. And there's an awful lot of work with support from Highland and others in dealing with the well-being of young people and groups on the Black Isle. And I think that, especially during COVID, it's really good to see that there's this intergenerational work, doing really well at the school. And I think that's good points that have been raised. And as it said, if there were any problems, the HMI visit would be back there would be another one quite soon, but it's saying that there won't be, and I think that that's a good outcome. So I won't say any more because it's not my school and I don't go to the meetings of the Parent Council and I don't know the background, but thank you.
Yeah, Derek, would you like to reply to these points?
Yes, and both to Councillor Fraser and Councillor McLean, thank you for your kind words, which of course we will pass on to the school itself. Councillor Fraser asked very briefly about the virtual comparator, a useful question. The virtual comparator is a made-up school which draws in similar SIMD, population demographics and so on, to create something that you can compare yourself against, because all schools are different. So when we measure schools, we look at each school against a virtual school with averaged out kind of scores and so on, which is useful because then it helps to accurately describe whether a school is doing particularly well against that average comparator. As I say, we can't use real schools to compare because the dynamics are so different. So that hopefully explains that a little bit. 7.1 is well referred to by Councillor McLean, and this work is ongoing. You know, this is not going anywhere. We will need to support not just Fortrose community, but all communities in this committee area, and indeed right through Highland and the country. And I'm pleased to say that to support that, there has been some funding released from the Scottish Government, which is going to schools to help support the mental health programme as well. So that's a welcome addition to the existing resources that are in place.
Thank you, Derek. Yeah, I mean, I think this was a good report, and I think a credit to the teachers and the senior management team who've been particularly active in promoting Black Owl well-being with, I think, remarkable results, and that's to be greatly commended. I've just got one question, 5.2, the final bullet point. Teachers now need to use assessment evidence more effectively to inform planning of learning, teaching and assessment. Now, this is kind of critical because bearing in mind that the National Fives are not going to be held next year, and they're going to be, children are going to be graded on the basis of teacher assessments. It seems to me that if there is work that needs to be done on improving teacher assessment, this is really pretty important. Do you have any thoughts on that, Derek?
Yes, thanks, Councillor Adam. The report says learning, teaching and assessment is good. So this is HMI saying, how do we go from good to very good, and from very good to excellent? It's about the next stepping stone on that. We can always improve. So the recommendation there is very useful. It makes specific reference to broad general education. And that's an area that is not unique to Fortrose Academy, but many of our secondary schools do need to look again at the broad general education to ensure that there's progression from primary 7 into S1 and that we meet the needs of all children. So there's an element of a question there about attainment being high, and yet learning, teaching and assessment, there are areas to improve upon. And it shows you again that is there scope, I guess, for the high attending pupils in Fortrose to do even better? And the short answer is that's a possibility. But also, what about the children who are not attaining so well at the academy? And there will be some, of course there will be. And it's important that we look to those children to look at their needs, to allow them to fly as much as the academic high flyers. So it's making sure that we meet the needs of all children. And the school will be well placed, as Councillor McLean said. HMI are not coming back, so they know that the school has that potential to continue with its own improvement programme, notwithstanding COVID, to move from good to aim to become very good.
Yeah, Derek, I suppose my question was more about the teacher's ability to assess accurately, bearing in mind that assessment is so much more important now than it has been in the past because of the extraordinary times we live in, and whether or not there is scope for improvement in that, and if so, what steps are being taken to help the teachers make an assessment which is genuinely reflective of the young people's abilities.
Thank you for that. Yes, following lockdown, there was a need very rapidly for teachers to upskill in terms of digital learning, but also assessment, particularly in the senior phase. As we know, the exams were cancelled, and there was a move to teacher-based assessment, and there was the political discussions around that with SQA, which then came back to teacher assessment. And so Fortrose, in common with all our secondary schools, had to significantly review their assessment papers, their assessment strategies, discussions with the children online. And that's actually put them in a very good place moving forward to next year, where the higher exams will go ahead, but the national fives will not. And so this is not entirely new to the staff at the school, because they've already gone through that disruption and that up-pacing of their assessing skills in the last few months. So the inspection and the unfortunate lockdown has actually paid some dividends in that respect. And so moving forward, teachers are planning their programmes and are delivering their programmes under the curriculum recovery just now, with a view to knowing already that teacher assessment will be absolutely vital going forward this year, because we know at this stage that there will be very few exams sat by children. So the schools are very much focusing on that assessment process internally and ensuring that it's robust.
Okay, thanks very much indeed.
Scrutiny.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Okay, members asked, we've scrutinised this, I think, and we've monitored the reports. Thank you very much indeed. It's much appreciated, Derek. Okay, let's go on to the next item, which is the housing performance report. The committee's also invited to scrutinise this report on housing performance. I think Jim Holden is here to introduce it. Jim.
Thank you very much, Councillor Adam. Good morning or good afternoon, members. Nice to see you all around the screen here. So you have in front of you the report, which is from the 1st of April to the 30th of June. And as other reports in front of you have remarked earlier on today, it's been different times from usual. And I think some of the results in the report reflect the changed times through which we're living. I think it's fair to say that our service as a housing service is very much based on face-to-face contact with tenants, and that's something that has been absent from our ability to do that in the first quarter. And it's part of the recovery that we're looking at the moment, although that certainly seems to have a bit of a question mark over it with the potential resurgence of the virus. We're not quite sure where we're going with that, but we're certainly attempting to recover and get back to meeting with some of our tenants again. But the report is fairly straightforward. I don't think there's anything that particularly stands out that I want to draw your attention to, and I'm very happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Jim. Angela has a question. Angela McLean.
Sorry, thanks, Chair. And thanks, Jim, for the report. In most of the tables, it shows you quarter one for 2020-21, but on page 38, 6.2, for the average reletting, it doesn't appear to have quarter one for the financial year, and I just wondered.
Yeah, that appears to be a glitch. My apologies, I hadn't picked up on that. I'm not sure whether it's a formatting issue or whether the figure's not actually been included. My apologies.
Oh no, that's okay. Just because I'm sure it'll probably be something similar.
I mean, I think the comment below at 6.3 does cover it, saying that we're within the target. So there's nothing there that should be alarming you. But my apologies for that. I didn't pick that up.
No, that's okay. All the others had the first quarter, and I wondered that at 5.8 on the same page, it says that repairing indicators, they don't include instances where you have been unable to gain access, but this must have an impact on your ability, especially during these times of COVID, to get works done, because if you're sending repair people to do repairs out on a regular basis, then that does have an impact on your ability to do other repairs. And I wondered what the process was in place. Usually when someone is coming out to do a repair, I think the tenant gets told in advance roughly when they're going to be there. And given that it's now even more important, with social distancing, that everything's in place. Is this having an impact on the time taken for repairs? And I wondered, at 7.3, it talks about the increase in universal credit, and as members we had a briefing just yesterday from the chief executive of the increase in people now applying for universal credit, and how that is affecting housing service in particular. And this will also have an impact in that staff can only now speak to people on the phone, or maybe if they have a computer, they could perhaps speak to them face to face. It says that it's 7.3 that home visits are now, they can't do that. How is that affecting the collection of some of the rent arrears or the interaction that we're having with some of our tenants? Is that having an impact on the service? At page, I wasn't sure if some of these were red because we only get them in black and white. So I'm assuming that adaptations is red, and that window repairs, this is on page 41, sorry, appendix 2, and heating replacements are red. I'm assuming these are red because they're quite dark on our paper, but it would be useful, and I don't know if that can be done at future date. At the top it says these are up to the end of June 2019, but I'm sure there's been work done this year as well. Maybe that's just the wrong year. And I wondered when we would maybe have statistics just for our area going forward, because although some say what's happening in streets in Dingwall or on the Black Isle, most it's a generic heading. So it talks about Mansfield and Tane and other places, which are nice to know, but it would be useful for us in order for us to know at an area level, what's happening in our area. And at page 42, it talks about external fabric works in Ross and Cromarty, and the works are being progressed. I think that's a red, but it would be useful to know where. And also on the rewiring, where that is that in the Black Isle and Dingwall and Seaforth area? And my last questions is on the environmental improvement at the bottom of the page, Jim, and the budget there, some of that's been carried over. And it's absolutely right to say the members-led environmental capital works, and this was a good way for improvement works to be made, speaking with tenants and with local ward members. How has this been done now? Are the tenants participation officers doing this online with tenants? And how will this be taken forward given COVID and the restrictions that are in place as we go into the next financial year? And how can members continue to feed into the possible projects, because we can't now do walkabouts? So how is that going to be done? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLean. One or two questions there. The one about access to properties for repairs, we certainly have a protocol now which our repairs team use to check with tenants whether they have any symptoms of COVID, because obviously, or if anybody's self-isolating, which would preclude visits to undertake repairs, and they're then rescheduled and picked up again later on. We've had to develop a whole different way of working. And certainly from the point of view of emergency repairs, we will do those wherever it's physically and possible to do them safely, using appropriate PPE or asking the tenant to vacate the room where the problem is or whatever it might be. So it's been a very pragmatic response to try and achieve the emergency repairs, and we focused on that. And because of the greater time both before, during and after to undertake the works, you'll see that while we've performed pretty well on the emergency repairs, it's not quite so good on the day-to-day. And I think that's going to be a continuing trend, that we have to focus on the things that are really important and try and get those done safely, both for the tenant and for ourselves. You mentioned universal credit increase. Yes, certainly more people are on universal credit. Not quite as many as we anticipated, it's fair to say. I think we are anticipating that when the furlough scheme ends, we may well see an uptick in arrears, and that's going to become a more significant issue for us. I think at the moment it's very much a watching brief. Our officers are encouraging anybody who's in touch with us, or anybody that we're aware of through our monitoring that appear to be getting into rent arrears, particularly where they haven't claimed universal credit before, pointing in the right direction to get advice and guidance, making sure they've got all the information they need to optimize rent payment, because that's clearly what we're interested in. In terms of the capital programme, you'll probably notice under section 9.1, I think Jonathan's intention is to do ward business meetings to update you on progress. I think it's fair to say that a lot of the capital programme has sort of come to a halt, much in the same way as Ian Moncrief was saying too early on about the roads, that it's been not physically possible for contractors to undertake some of this work, particularly where it's in tenants' houses. So I think that's Jonathan will give you more updates on that when he briefs you at the ward business meetings. You're asking about environmental works. I've just actually been looking at some emails this morning which show that our maintenance officers have been looking at environmental schemes, doing some of the kind of walkabouts that you've not been able to do, and to identify works which will then come in front of members for a discussion and agreement. So we'll try and get those progressed, but again, they'll be subject to our ability to actually do the work safely, both for our operatives and for tenants or contractors, whoever we're using. So I hope that picks up your points, Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Jim. Margaret, would you like to go next? Because I think you have to leave soon, don't you?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, yes, and thank you for that report. And can I say that I'm just amazed at how well the staff have coped with this, because this must be such a hard time, because they have to cope with people being really stressed out, and you know, they have been so courteous to them all. On page 37, the emergency repairs, and I have to say that there's been quite a few emergency repairs in the ward, and they've been carried out very quickly and absolutely tremendous. Where are we with the house exchanges? That is one that seems to be giving a little bit of angst to quite a number of people. On the rent arrears, I think, you know, for what is happening just now, they're not as bad as what we would have probably expected, but I think maybe that's to come, and I don't know how we cope with that, because if people don't have the money, they just can't pay, you know, so that makes it really difficult. And the last one was on page 42, and it was the environmental improvements. And I have to say that I'm very pleased to see that the capital is going to be carried forward, and I really look forward to when we can manage to do a walkabout, etc., and to say an absolutely heartfelt thanks for Brown Square. You have no idea how much it lifted the spirits of the people living there, because it looks absolutely amazing. It was worth every penny. And I wondered about the Millbank Road and Windsor Place that were on the list to have work done. Will that be carried forward as well? Because Millbank Road and Windsor Place are both areas that really could do with a bit of TLC. And just to say thank you for that. It really looks great in Brown Square. Thank you.
Jim, would you like to answer that before Margaret leaves? That'd be great.
Certainly, Councillor Adam. Thank you. Yes, absolutely, Councillor Patterson. We've had a lot of contact with tenants who have been fairly stressed. It's fair to say that we've had quite an upsurge in issues of domestic violence. We've had large increases in homeless presentations, particularly from young people who have outworn their patients, their parents' patients, and presented to us. A lot of homeless prevention work being done to try and sort those kind of things out. Staff have coped amazingly well, working from home with their own childcare and other issues to deal with. I think they've been tremendously adaptable and very flexible, and I felt really honoured to be working with a team that are so committed and have worked so hard. I'm sure same as everybody else within the council, but I think particularly our team have done a good job, and thank you for your thoughts on that. You're asking about house exchanges. I'm assuming you're talking about sort of transfers and general moves, Councillor Patterson, or was this specifically mutual exchanges?
Yes, mutual exchanges.
We haven't been doing mutual exchanges because of the need for the properties to be inspected by both landlords. We've allowed a few of them where it's been necessary for sort of particular circumstances, but it's not something we're prioritising at the moment because of that need to get into houses and check them and make sure that people are leaving houses in good condition and so on. You were asking about rent arrears, and I think probably a question about what might the future hold. You won't be surprised to know that we're modelling a variety of scenarios and keeping a very close close watch on exactly what's happening with rent arrears. There's some major political dimensions to this, potential for zero rent increase recommendations next year and all sorts of things, which clearly will be challenging for the service. I think probably not much help to speculate on that at the moment, but our focus is on keeping people in their houses, trying to make sure that they pay the rent that they're required to pay to us, giving them advice and guidance, and just generally supporting tenants as best we can over this period. You asked about environmental works. Those particular ones, Millbank Road and Windsor Place. I've got a note of those, and I'll have a chat with the team about that. And thank you very much for your kind comments on Brown Square. That's appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Councillor Fraser, then Councillor McKinnon, and then I think Mark Rogers wants to come in.
Right. Yeah, first of all, I have to apologise to Jim because I haven't given him pre-warning of the question I'm going to ask. I've got two questions. The first one is the Scottish Government are bringing in, I'm not sure if this is the right committee actually, perhaps it should be addressed to the Housing and Property Committee. The Scottish Government are bringing in fire, heat and smoke alarm legislation in response to the Granville fire disaster. So by February 2021, all homes in Scotland must have these alarms in their properties. So what's our plan for our social housing in our wards on that one? And the other one is on page 41 under windows and doors, and there's a budget there of 400,000. Now I know that Colin Sharp was doing work on the window replacement in Marine Terrace in Cromarty, because that will take probably half of that budget. and I just wondered where we are on that one, because some of our older properties in listed areas and conservation areas are very limited into what we can actually do, because we have to make sure they comply with Historic Environment Scotland, etc. And I know I've raised this before at various committees, and I know Colin, I've raised this with Colin, and I believe that Edinburgh Council, working closely with Historic Environment Scotland on this position. So it's just those two questions. One, appreciate I've not given you much forewarning of that one, and I do wonder if this is the correct committee to bring it at.
Well, okay, maybe Alistair, you go ahead with your questions, and then and actually Mark will be next, so he might be able to answer that point. Craig.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jim, for your report. I don't have any questions, just comments. I would just like to reiterate what my fellow colleagues have said. Serious thank you. A really deep felt thanks to your staff for the way they have operated in this extremely challenging times that we've had, and there's so much uncertainty out there going forward as well. But it is really appreciated. In 7.3, the emergency works that have been carried out, I have yet to receive any complaints. It's positive comments that we've received from the way they were attended to, the way the manner as well that the staff dealt with the tenants as well in these challenging circumstances, and it's really a credit to the organisation as well that we can operate the car. Going back to 7.1. Rent arrears, I'll probably put my other hat on now, the budget leader hat. I am aware of the various scenarios involved and going on, but I would just like to reiterate again that if tenants have got financial difficulties, please get in touch. There are various maybe schemes, there may be financial assistance available to them, but please do get in touch. And I know that as a council, we're more than happy to sit down and look at every individual circumstance. So again, Jim, thanks to you and your team for your work. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Alistair. Mark.
Thanks, Chair. It's really just to give some general comments in addition to the points that Jim's very ably made. Seeing as I have two hats on here, or almost three, because I live in Drumsmittle, so I was interested in the stuff about the road getting fixed earlier. So thanks, roads. It meant I didn't even have to ask them. They did it. Maybe they knew something. I don't know. But anyway, so that's my declaration of interest. I am a local to this committee.
You've got some good councillors there.
I was just coming to that point before anybody else said it. Naturally. No, listen, I wanted to start with a positive. I appreciate from time to time there will be challenges and points of disagreement sometimes between officers and members. That's just absolutely natural. But what struck me in the time I've been in this council area since February is it's quite balanced in terms of people recognising good contributions and good work from officers when that is carried out. And that, I have to say, is refreshing compared to some of the other local authorities I've worked in. So thank you for that. And I really do appreciate that, not only in relation to my own staff, but I'm sure in relation to everybody else. It just makes a difference. It's awfully easy sometimes, and I'm sure I'm guilty of doing that myself, to complain about the things we don't like, but not necessarily recognise the good stuff that does happen as well. And that's really important. So I know every member of staff is appreciative of that. And to pick up on some of the points made, I think, no access, Councillor McLean, you raised that, and that is a challenge. When we're reporting on performance, we need to strike the balance correctly between factors that prevent us doing things that are within our control and things that are outside of our control. And so that partly explains the reason for the exclusion of certain issues in relation to no access. It is, however, actually also quite a useful tool for us to reflect on internally. So if we're getting a range of no access to an address, it might signify underlying vulnerability. For the sake of argument, Jim will know this because he's been in housing probably as long as I have, which is many years. And it's often these things that you pick up on that actually make a particular difference. Universal credit is a complete nightmare. I've seen the briefing that you all had as well. One of the things that struck me, it wasn't just the increase in the claim load, which is significant, but it's the number of first-time entrants to the benefit system, where people that may not have had any involvement with it for many, many years, or if indeed at all within their life. And I have to say, it's a complicated system at best. and I'm sure anybody who's got any ties to an advice agency will recognise the frustrations of hanging on a phone almost interminably, trying to resolve challenging situations for people. So it is a challenge. I'm glad to hear Jim saying there's been a whole range of different pieces of work done around different models of what could or could not happen. A big issue. You did raise the issue about walkabouts, and I know that's a really challenging one just in terms of estate management generally, but also opportunities for capital investment in the future. And I would say that providing that we actually do it in a safe, socially distanced way, there's no reason why a small group of officers and members, i.e., let's try and keep it under half a dozen, for example, cannot have a safe, socially distant on-site meeting or walkabout where there is a particular desire for that. With another hat on, part of the things I have been responsible for is the issues around PPEs and safe return to buildings, for example, for staff. And part of that is looking at systems of safe working and making sure that people can pass each other safely and how many people can we get in the chamber and all that kind of thing. And I think it's important to recognise that there are restrictions in place, but they are not such to the point that we can't do certain activities. And so if there is a desire for us to have a meeting, for example, on site, half a dozen people, we all are old enough and wise enough, I would hope, to be able to maintain basic social distancing, and yet the benefits of actually being out on an estate and seeing the challenges in person are well known. So I would encourage through Jim, we'll have a think about how we can perhaps facilitate that. I think that would be very useful all round. There's a general comment was made about capital programmes by a number of members here, and I think, yes, it would be good to take it into the ward business meetings environment. Some of you will have seen through the Housing and Property Committee the papers that went forward on corporate landlord and asset management. And whilst corporate landlord isn't really necessarily relevant to that, the issue about asset management absolutely is, because what we're trying to get a balance on in the future is how do we work out the short, medium and longer term investment needs in several different slices, if you like. So there is the council-wide issue there about for 14,000 plus homes, how do we invest our money in a way that gives us the best value for money and the best return, because it's tenants' rent money at the end of the day, so that it's incumbent on us not to waste their money. And so that's really important. But then at the same time, we also need to recognise that there's a local dimension to this as well. So it's not just about us saying across the Highlands, this is the order in which we do things. We also have to recognise the absolute importance of devolving money down to area committees and to allow real say and real influence from members in capital programme investment going forward. And so what I'm looking to do is to become more involved in those ward business meetings, not just for the 3 area committees that I'm responsible for, but ideally to get across all the area committees and to start having a discussion about how do we get that balance right in the future, about the need to try to maximise, for example, value for money and procurement efficiencies by doing things on a pan-Highland basis, but also recognising the critical importance of local decision making and how that actually makes significant differences to people's lives. And so I'm sort of teeing up that that's what I would hope you would allow me to come along to your ward business meetings and start that conversation with you and with others. I just think a couple of other minor points really. I think it really is a testament, I think, to the flexibility of the staff that we've got working in the service. I've had very little contact from members at all about any issues in relation to how the service has been delivered throughout COVID, which has been really quite encouraging. Hopefully we'll be able to maintain that high standard. But if there are problems, it's a bit like we say with rent arrears. If you do get an issue that pops up, pop Jim or David or I a line. These things are often best dealt with informally at an early stage, and I'm sure we can almost always get to a resolution rather than frustrations building over time, which I do accept sometimes do happen. And I think the final point as well, and it is a challenge that Jim mentioned in response to Councillor Patterson, she's right to say the arrears position could be worse, but what's coming down the line, and who knows, because at the moment we thought we were going to get a second phase of COVID round about December time. It's come a little bit earlier. We're not entirely sure yet. There are some reports that we might get a further peak in March, and so we are in a state of some uncertainty at the present time. Be aware that at the present time we're prevented from carrying out evictions, which is a sensible, proportionate response at this time to difficult challenge. But there are examples of councils who voluntarily in the past had long-term, and I mean over a number of years, policies of not enforcing evictions for rent arrears, and it had catastrophic impacts on their revenue streams. So I think there is a balance to be struck. And as a final example, having come from the West Midlands, where we had 22,000 units, so about 50% more than we have here, we were subject to a no rent increase requirement by the UK government for 4 years, not allowed to increase your rent. And we had a rent income there of 95 million a year. Over that 4-year period, that cost us £36 million in revenue. So it cost us over 4 years, effectively a third of a year's worth of budget. And so you can do the maths and extrapolate it back at your own leisure, but you can see that a no rent increase over any particularly lengthy period of time would have potentially quite serious, challenging implications for us as a service. I think that's all the points I want to make. I don't want to tie up anybody's time unnecessarily, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions arising from anything that Jim or I have said.
Mark, thank you very much indeed. And I'm sure your offer to come toward business meetings and talk about local decision making and disaggregation of budgets and so on will be warmly welcomed. It's a really critical point right now, and it's something that we'll be discussing later on in this area committee.
Chair, could I just pick up? Sorry, Chair, there was a couple of questions that Councillor Fraser asked, which I can probably give a response to if that would be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to bring Angela in first and then come to you, Jim. Okay, Angela, if you've got a quick one, Angela.
Yeah, since Mark's here, I will raise this again because Jim is fed up with me raising this. I really do think that, and I know that Fiona raised it previously, that in Ross and Cromarty Area Committee at that time, and I hope it would be something that Black Isle and Dingwall and Seaforth Area Committee would be supporting, is that I really do think that we need to be visiting our, I know with COVID it's much more difficult, but at least having a once-a-year visit to our tenants, because we do have an awful lot of vulnerable people out there, people that are hoarding, people, and I think through COVID and the community support that's been out there in the last 8 months, we are touching, or we've been able to see some of these vulnerable people, and I think that it covers a lot of issues. It not only covers, we're able to highlight people who are finding it difficult. We are able to see people that are not heating their property, and as the corporate landlord, this should be something that you'll be interested in, Mark, because if we don't look after our properties, then it's going to be a big cost to the council in the long run. We've spoke about before heating or eating, which is a buzzword, but it's more and more nowadays that's what people are living with. Do they heat their home or do they feed their families? And with the rent increase in universal credit, although at this committee we're only reporting on rent arrears, I think it'll be resources, Alistair's committee, it'll be talking about if they're not paying their rent, they're not paying their council tax, and they're not paying other bills, and that will have an impact on us in the long run. So the quicker that people can come and speak to us or to the local citizens advice bureaus, then the better. And I should indicate I'm on Ross and Cromarty Citizens Advice, but I wanted to maybe ask a question of you, Mark, given that this is the report to this committee of the housing services performance in relation to the Scottish Social Housing Charter and other performance indicators. We as a local area committee, can we just ask for some indicators to put on? For instance, I raise every meeting about garages, and I know there's a long waiting list. People want to rent Highland Council garages, and I know that that is not a priority of the council. But say, for instance, it's roughly £550 a year. 10 of them are empty. That's £5,500 of an income that you could be getting. And I just wondered, I would like to know how many empty garages we have. And given if it's because they're not suitable, then we should be knocking them down and using that land for something else. But I think that at the moment, it's an asset that we are not using, which annoys me profusely. And I wondered, as we move forward with the changing in legislation for unsuitable accommodation, and also with we already have Housing First in place, we are not, as I can see, getting the support from maybe the other agencies and supporting tenants who are unused to having a permanent accommodation, and that is putting extra strain on our housing staff who are doing, as we've all said, a fantastic job, not only during COVID, but even before COVID. And I wondered where that will be reported. Will there be, and what can our community planning partners be doing to assist in this? Because it's going to be an extra pressure on all our staff when and on all the residents round about because of the antisocial behaviour and other issues. But if we have got vulnerable tenants, they must be supported throughout their tenancy. And it shouldn't just be up to the council to do that. And I wonder how that is being progressed. Thank you.
So
Okay. Maybe I could go to Jim first, and then you could pick the question up thereafter, Mark. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a couple of questions that Councillor Fraser asked. The issue around smoke alarms, which is obviously an important one. I can give you some comfort there, Councillor Fraser, in that the majority of our houses, in fact, I think all of them have already got mains wired smoke alarms, but that's clearly something that we're checking on a regular basis and making sure that they're all working properly. There's been a program over a number of years, so I'm not boasting that we're ahead of the loop on that, but I think it's in terms of our properties, most of them are properly protected by mains wired smoke alarms. And certainly for sheltered housing, they're checked on a regular basis by the sheltered housing wardens. You also asked about the windows in Marine Terrace. I know there's been a long saga, and I know that Colin has been doing some work on that, and I think he's picked up on your previous suggestion about Scottish heritage and the potential grants that way. I'm going to have to refer back to Colin and ask some advice on that, and I'll ask him to come back to you direct if that's okay on that particular one.
Can I just quickly come back on that one on the firearms, because when I was looking at the information that was put out by the Scottish Government, it mentioned carbon monoxide and specifically heat alarms that would be in kitchens. I appreciate that what you say there with smoke alarms, but there was a number of other alarms that were going to be encapsulated in that legislation. So that was partially the reason for my question there, because I do appreciate that we've already got certain alarms in place in the first place anyway, in our residential properties that we have. It was perhaps I should have worded it slightly differently to pick up these other alarms that are now coming in under that legislation that's going to be coming into fruition in February next year.
I think I'm probably at the outer edges of my technical knowledge and demonstrating that more than adequately, which is that I having said what I said, I used the word smoke alarms. I'm pretty certain that we've got ones that also pick up carbon monoxide and so on, but let me check on that because it's clearly a very important thing. And I suspect that we'll be able to give you a more accurate answer once I've done a bit of research. So my apologies for not being fully certain on that. I hope Mark doesn't mind too much, but I just wanted to pick up a little bit on the garages because we have talked about garages in this committee before and in other committees, and we did promise to come back in the autumn, I think was the phrase I used, with a strategy on that. And I know it's a subject that's close to your heart, Councillor McLean. It's fair to say that the garage estate of the housing service hasn't been sweated as an asset for many years. It's always been a low priority. I've got some views myself that I think since the majority of them are used as storage rather than garages, that we should probably accept that that's the case and look to make them formal storage facilities by making sure they're waterproof and secure, and then charging a more serious rent for them. And I think we could probably generate quite significant income that way. Well, yes, absolutely. But I'm sure Mark will come back on that in terms of the sort of asset management strategy. But clearly, if you have an asset, we should be sweating it. It should be washing its face, and it hasn't been a big enough priority. I think I would have to say from costed examples that in Caithness, it's a misunderstanding to say that demolishing the garages and making parking spaces is in any way good use of an HRA asset. It's a very expensive thing to do. You get much fewer parking spaces than you think, and it doesn't really solve a problem. So I think we would like to come back to you with a well-worked strategy on that, Councillor McLean. And I think probably, if Mark's okay, I'm going to leave him to comment on things like universal credit and so on, because that's a more strategic kind of level. Mark.
Thanks, Jim. And yeah, interesting about the possibility of sweating the garages, as you say. I think this is very possibly an issue that could be handled at area committee level, and it's a budget that could come to our area committee and could in fact be very usefully used at this level of government. Mark, I'll hand over to you now.
May I just apologise, just very briefly dive in, because the initial question that Councillor McLean has was about why hadn't we done the visits to properties as we sort of said, promised we would, and we did a pilot. Part of that, Councillor McLean, is that, as you recall, we had a fairly long-lasting recruitment freeze and our teams were significantly understaffed. So work that had started in Easter Ross and a couple of other areas, Caithness, for example, on and doing some of these home visits, which were targeted at some of the clients that you identified where we hadn't had contact with them and there may have been some warning signs. We weren't able to deliver on that because we just didn't have the people. Luckily, we've now almost completed the recruitment, so we're approaching full staff, and there have been conversations within the team to see whether we can revise this, because I know that Councillor Robertson asked in the Housing and Property Committee specifically about this, and I think David Golden, probably Mark, will be going back to her with a formal response to that, but hopefully that's helpful. Mark, sorry, Councillor, I hope that intervention was helpful.
No, that's quite right. Thanks very much. Mark.
Thanks. I'll start with that point. Excuse me just a second. Slight unexpected background noise there. Yes, look, I mean, it's true. We did have some challenges with recruitment for a short period of time. But in terms of the housing revenue account, which is effectively everything that comes in terms of tenant rents and the services provided as a result, we're no longer restricted in the same way that the general fund is. That doesn't mean we have carte blanche to do what we like, but within reason, providing we can make a business case or it is filling existing posts. The housing revenue account is different, and surpluses or deficits that apply to the housing revenue account do not directly influence on Councillor McKinnon's world. I'd be glad to agree. I think every bit helps, and that sort of it takes me to the next part of this. I think Councillor McLean in particular was talking about the challenges of yearly visits and all the reasons why these things are good about picking up things in relation to vulnerabilities. And I think you went on to expand into what did that mean in terms of other agencies, both within the council and external to the council, becoming involved in that important piece of work. Because I think in many respects, the thing I've noticed that's changed in housing management practice, and so I started off many years ago now, is it's become much more than just a transactional arrangement. You pay the rent, we'll fix your house, basically, into something which has evolved over the years into much more of a quasi-social work kind of environment, in much the same kind of ways that you'll have heard police colleagues say exactly the same. The change in just running around nicking criminals 30 years ago to actually many of the things that they do requiring significant social work and indeed mental health skills. And I would apply absolutely the same to housing. Now, it's one of the interesting challenges that sometimes a frustration is that we see people who are vulnerable, and there are so many different strands of people involved in that, and actually sometimes that person can fall down between the sofa, so to speak. It doesn't meet our criteria, you haven't met this threshold, etc., etc., etc. Now, it is a challenge, but one of the things that I'd be quite keen to bring up from my experience of having worked in Dudley is we tried to sit down with our social work colleagues in particular and get a better level of understanding about the challenges they faced from their own resourcing perspectives and also from their professional practice around thresholds for statutory intervention, for example, and recognise that housing as a service where that particular person was vulnerable to us, it was perfectly possible for us to look at funding specialist intervention support workers from the HRA, for example, to provide that substatutory level of, but nonetheless quite intensive level of support to people who are on the cusp of vulnerability or things going wrong. Because as with everything else, the earlier you can get in and deal with these things, the better. And also by taking that approach, of course, it prevents escalation into the statutory intervention area of social work. And so therefore that takes some level of pressure and resource off them, again, to the benefit of Councillor McKinnon and the General Fund. So there's a lot of benefit to be had from starting to be a bit more creative about thinking about these things. And I think that's the point that Jim was actually making quite well, is it wasn't for want of us not having identified some of these challenges that we hadn't carried these things through. It's just that the environment understandably, when we went into COVID, was challenging, so we took a decision to freeze recruitment for the time being. But that is very much part of our forward thinking as far as the future is concerned. Garages, I don't know. See, sometimes I'm in two minds. Right, I think there's opportunities such as Jim has identified to say, actually, you can't park a modern car in a garage built in the 40s or 50s. It's impractical. So if they are going to be retained and we are going to accept that they're being used for storage, number one, I think he's right, fix them. Number two, someone who's moved relatively recently, I had to pay for storage. I know what it costs, and it's a hell of a lot more than the money that we pay or we ask people to pay in terms of garage rents. So that's something that we should definitely look at. But I also want to think from the sort of strategic point of view, what is the long-term investment requirement needed across the Highlands, for example, as well as within this locality, to address the underinvestment, to make these garages fit for the purposes that Jim's identified, or for us to start thinking about doing other things? Because, Jim's absolutely right. If we just drop them, there's actually a significant capital cost involved in dropping a garage and clearing a site, for example. I'm not really, I don't know, hugely enthused about just dropping garages to create parking spaces which don't generate an income. You're almost better off leaving a slightly rickety old garage up, generating you some income, than a parking space that doesn't get you anything at all. I know that might sound slightly cynical, but just for the sake of making an argument, that there's clearly an argument that can be made. Or the alternative is that we can think about actually identifying the development potential for these sites and starting to accelerate direct provision of affordable housing, where, for example, there are particular challenges about a lack of access to certain types of housing. This is something that we might want to usefully have as a discussion as an area committee, for example, thinking about lands and parcels of lands that are owned by the HRA. Wouldn't that be something for an area committee to be able to say that actually we've identified a pressing need for housing of this type in this particular locality, and here are some sites, and could we influence perhaps the future design, build and delivery of social housing? That I would have to say is something that would get massive community support, and actually I think makes a lot of sense from our perspective, because it's simply making better use of the land that we already have. So again, I'm talking about coming back and talking to you about capital investment and asset management in its widest sense. But I do also think we should have a discussion about how do we properly influence what social housing is delivered in our area in new terms, as well as just fixing the stuff that's currently there that's a little bit tatty around the edges, which is obviously a core part of what we're doing. So again, I think that would be a good thing. And the heating versus eating debate is an absolute nightmare. Our stock is on average well over 60 years old. Actually getting it up to EIS2 standards is going to be very, very difficult indeed. And in some cases, some particular types of property are never going to get to that standard. And so there's going to be a question for us again as part of our asset management strategy about at what point does it not make sense to invest the extra pound because you're not getting the return on investment that you need to get, and do we have to take some difficult decisions about potentially taking out some units and demolishing them and rebuilding new, and just accepting the fact that it's not, we've got to the point with some stock where it's not worth throwing the money at it because it's not a sensible use of public money. So hopefully that's given you all a little bit of food for thought. But yes, a lot came out of just a quick question on yearly visits, so I'm sorry to take up so much time in my response. Thank you.
That's appreciated. Thanks for your thoughts, Mark. There's a lot to consider there. Okay, I think we can consider that we have scrutinised this report, and thank you very much for it, Ian, again. And again, to reiterate what my colleagues have said, thanks to your staff for all they've done. It's much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is 1:10. Personally, I think we need a break because the next two items are going to take a while. Can I suggest we're back here at 1:45, 1:45? Okay. Yes, thank you. I should have said welcome back, everybody. The recording has started. And we're just going to complete this area committee meeting by looking at the Inner Murray Firth Local Development Plan, the main issues report. Tim Stott is here, and I think, Tim, you have a presentation which you're going to share with us.
I do indeed. Thank you, Chair. I just want to check whether members can see the presentation before I begin. Hopefully you're seeing your screens showing now. Are you seeing a PowerPoint presentation
Yes,
slide?
yes, indeed.
Members?
Yep,
Yeah.
seeing that fine.
Seeing
Yep.
that, I can't make it out. It's very,
Right,
very, very
it'll
faint.
get
It's very small.
it'll get bigger soon.
Good.
That's it.
Hopefully
Perfect.
that's bigger. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this. Sorry, I should point out first of all, members, there's a errors in the covering report that you've been given. Just minor things. In paragraph 1.1, the reference to section 3 should be to section 4. And in paragraph 2.1, Roman numerals 2, reference to the paragraph 5.1 should be 6.1. So there's those two edits, please. But yeah, I think members in advance, you've been sent paper copies of the maps as well, which gives you a more detailed version of the same maps that are in Appendix 1. Appendix 1 to the report is the draft of the main issues report that is relevant to your patch. And sorry, I should also say on the call, I'm joined by two other members of the development plans team. That's Craig Baxter and Douglas Chisholm as well. We'll be happy to answer any points that you have at the end. I'll quickly get on to the detail, members. This is the first of 5 area committees that the main issues report is being reported to. The last of those is the Nairnshire Area Committee, which is at the beginning of December. Hopefully, if all 5 area committees endorse the content of Appendix 1, we will issue it for public consultation either at the end of this year or perhaps early next year. Thereafter, in next year, there's a bit more detail. This is an initial options draft of the plan that you're being asked to approve. The council of the members and the council as a whole don't have to make up their minds on the exact content of the plan until next year. That's when you've seen all the views that come back in. It'll be reported to the same 5 area committees at that point, but it's the current it's the economy and infrastructure committee that gets the final say on that fixed copy of the plan, which is called the proposed plan draft. Thereafter, it's issued again for objections, and the a government-appointed person gets involved at the end of the plan and makes binding recommendations back to us, and we change the plan, and that's the final plan at that point. This hopefully you can see that this, members, it's jigsaw pieces, if you like, but this is basically what's in the main issues report, which is Appendix 1, which is before you. The various internal coloured pieces are the contents of it. So hopefully, just going around the edges there, you can see that there's we've in terms of drawing up what the main issues of the plan are, we've had a look at a lot of background trends and information. A lot of you were involved in over the course of the summer in determining a vision for the Highland. We've also done tailored outcomes for the Innermurray Firth area as well. From this vision and the evidence that we've gathered and the outcomes, we've derived 9 main issues, which I'll go into in more detail soon. We've come up with preferred ideas on how to tackle these issues, and we've put those on a map. And then we get into the detail of every place. So you've hopefully, members, have all received copies of the maps within your ward. Every main town and village within your ward, you've been furnished with detailed maps. And on those maps, you'll see different coloured sites. Some are in red, some are in amber, and some are in red up, green, amber, and red. The importance of each is that the green officers are recommending the green sites to you. However, when we go out to the public at the end of this year or early next, all these sites are going to be on the maps. So we're not asking you to choose between these development site options. We're just asking you to approve all of these sites and at least have an eye on what the officer preference is for each of them. So green is the sites that the officers think are good. Amber are the ones that don't have any major issues with them, but in terms of the overall housing numbers, we don't think we need all of those sites. And the red ones, we think there are major issues with each of those sites, which are shown as red on your town and village maps.
Tim, sorry, just to interrupt you a second. I haven't actually had these maps in paper. I don't know if other members have had them. But all we have are the maps attached to this report, which are not in colour, and therefore it's quite difficult to tell what's what.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm
got an email.
There was an email sent out by Alison what was it, last Friday, I think it was, and they're actually coloured in there.
Right.
Gordon.
Okay. I overlooked that. Thanks very much. Sorry to interrupt.
Chair, I'm happy. I can call up any map that you wish at the end. So we can go in and have a look at the detail of any place and any site. So as I mentioned just before, hopefully you're many of you, I think, or most if not all of you, were involved in coming up with a vision for Highland for 2050 this summer. That went to the Economy and Infrastructure Committee on the 2nd of September, and that committee endorsed our submission to government at that point. So that rather than do all that work again, we're proposing that we take the Highland vision and apply that to this plan area as well. We have, though, however, we've tailored that Highland vision to this particular plan area and try to come up with 4 outcomes. You maybe can't read the detail of that, members, but again, I think you were sent an email attachment with it, which provided a more detailed view of those words. To say that these are any plan, before you can choose which sites you want in any place, you have to have overall aims, and these are basically the overall aims that and outcomes that the plan wishes to achieve. So I mentioned the overall vision, which is the same as that we have for Highland. The outcomes are tailored for the plan area. And from all the evidence that we've gathered, we've come up with a list of 9 main issues. And on this slide, hopefully you can see those. We as planning officials think that the preeminent main issues, or the 2 most important ones of the 9, are to address climate change, number 1, and in terms of trying to have some form of economic recovery, given the impact of the current pandemic as well. So the other 7 that flow from that, and there is a lot of overlap between all these issues as well. We feel we should, in terms of tackling climate change, we think it's very important that we try to concentrate more development within the more sustainable places, but also they have to be viable as well. So we've in choosing or in trying to prefer or non-prefer certain sites and certain places, we've tried to concentrate on which are the most viable and so which can best address climate change as an issue as well. And by viable, we mean it's viable for the landowner to sell, it's viable for the house builder to build, but it's also viable for the council to fund things that would service that site. So is it viable for us to provide road access to it? Is it viable for us to serve it in terms of access links and other things like that? So we're trying to focus on the most viable sites in terms of the maps that you have for each place. Again, a key overriding objective number 4 there is to deliver more affordable housing, and I'll go into a bit more detail on how we propose to do that. Number 5, matching development with infrastructure capacity. That's really about making sure we again, the public sector as a whole can afford to service the sites that we earmark in the plan. Number 6 is about how we move around, and as I say, that's trying to get what's called modal shift, but getting people out of private cars and into public transport modes of moving around, and also to walk and cycle on as many trips as we can. Number 7 is to safeguard valued local green space. I think under lockdown, we've all been out on our lockdown walks and cycles, and we're more aware of the important green areas that we have around us. Placemaking, number 8, is about encouraging the development industry to improve the design, the layouts and the house designs that they come to us with. And finally, number 9 is to meet the needs of an aging population. There's going to be a greater proportion of the number of people in the plan area in the future that are going to be in the older age groups. So we have to have planning policies suitable for that. I won't go into a huge amount of detail on each of these issues, members, just a few examples maybe. The middle photo there is a district heating pipes down in Fife. And the law's changing on this issue at the moment. Government have got a bill going through Parliament that's going to encourage developers to have district heating proposals within the larger proposals that they bring forward. So we're trying through this main issues report to be ahead of that and trying to get landowners and developers to look at district heating options within the larger sites. The other examples, perhaps I should mention, are the enhancing blue and green spaces. We're going to trial through this plan something we haven't tried before in Highland, which is a developer contribution towards biodiversity. So we've never, obviously in the past we've asked for developers to pay for an awful lot of things, but we've never looked at any enhancement of biodiversity. So we're going to trial that approach, and that's one of the preferred approaches that you'll see set out in detail in Appendix 1. Moving on, economic recovery was main issue number 2. More employment land. I mean, it sounds quite simple, but within the detail for the settlement maps, you'll see that within your awards, we're come up with 2 ideas. The Muirvoord industrial estate, we're proposing a major expansion of that, members, and the Maryborough roundabout is a large area that the Dingwall auction marts have proposed through the call for sites that we did last year. Quite a large area north of between the Maryborough roundabout and Dingwall. We're endorsing, at least as officers, that goes into the main issues report as a preferred site. So 2 examples there, members, of large new employment sites within your wards. The bottom picture there, just again as an example, is the fibre optic cabling being put in at the moment in Inverness and other parts of Highland. This is, we think is obviously important and vital, and not only in terms of employers, but obviously in the current world, people hoping to work from home, as well. We're also the right-hand picture there is the co-op, the new warehouse at the airport. We feel there's going to be a growing demand for warehouse type buildings as well. So again, the plan is very supportive of that type of use, and we've earmarked sites for that purpose. Self-build policy. 1 or 2 members during the ward briefings have mentioned the desire to increase self-build. So we're having a quota for self-build housing. There's a new preferred approach within the plan on that issue. So we're asking for the major development sites, i.e. The larger sites. We're asking for developers to make 10% of the capacity of those sites available for self-build plots. That's an idea put forward through this plan. Maybe flick on to this. This is when we mean grow sustainable, viable places. Hierarchy of settlements is set out in the plan in Appendix 1. You'll see within your ward, Dingwall and Muir of Order, a tier 1 place. Sorry, the importance of where the place appears in each tier is that most growth, i.e. the most most sites are allocated or proposed to be zoned within the large places in settlement in tier 1. So again, within your ward, Dingwall, Muir of Order within tier 1, Cotton Bridge and North Keswick, because of the good public transport and active travel links from these places, they're in tier 2, whereas Fortress Rismarki and Maryborough are in tier 3 because those public transport links aren't as good. And going down even further to tier 4, Cromarty, Colbokie, Monlochy and Tor are in tier 4. That, as I say, that these where the place appears in each of the tiers is determined about whether the public transport links are good or whether it's cost efficient to improve the public transport links to that place or not. Deliver affordable housing. Again, we've got new policy approaches that we're trialing here. The affordable housing providers can't get their hands on a lot of affordable housing sites because for the very big development sites that the private landowners and developers can control, they're only making 25% available within each phase. And the pace at which a private developer goes through the phases of a big site, they will hold back on the future phases, and therefore the affordable housing agencies can't get their hands on the affordable units within those later phases of the bigger sites. The 25% quota, I think most of you be aware that for every site of 4 or more houses, we have a 25% at least affordable housing that is required from the private developer on those sites. In areas of highest need, which is mainly in Inverness, we're looking or proposing through this document to increase that quota to 35%. Main issue 5, I mentioned before, the household forecast. The government's just issued a new household forecasts going forward, and the growth within Highland, in common with a lot of other places, there's going to be fewer people. The birth rates are going down, and therefore we think that the future number of households that we need to plan for and allocate land for is going to be less than it has been in the past. So, and because the council will not, and other public sector bodies are not going to have a lot of cash in the future to invest and to service these sites, we therefore think we should concentrate on fewer but more viable sites. Broadband, good broadband or web access is important, and we're trying to concentrate on sites where that can be provided. Or, as I say, there's lots of places, lots of sites which are not ideal from getting them serviced. So we also need, where there isn't any spare capacity in the sewer network or the road network, then we need to consider where it's most efficient. Where can we at least cost add to capacity? So where there isn't any capacity in an awful lot of the networks that service a building, we've had a look at where it's most cost effective for the public sector to add that extra capacity. I mentioned trying to allocate land where it's possible to change the way people move around. If we got good fibre links, then we maybe don't need to move around as much as we have in the past. We want to encourage, in terms of where we allocate land for development, we want to encourage people to walk or cycle for the shortest trips where they can. Public transport, if they can't walk or cycle for the longer trips, EV, now electric car options where there aren't any other options available. So that's the broad approach to how the pattern of development, the pattern of future development, obviously has an influence on how people will move around. So where we're earmarking land for development in the future, we're having an impact on how people will move around in the future as well. Green space, number 7, we're going to commission an audit to analyse exactly where the green areas are at the moment. We don't have very good data on that now. Once we've done an audit and we've looked at the importance of every green area, we're going to have a policy proposed in the next version of the plan to better protect it. Green networks is a bit different to green spaces. Green networks are about how wildlife and people travel through an area. So it can, the most obvious example is a Burnside. So wildlife and people often pass along that route. And I mentioned previously that we're going to, for the first time in Highland, we're going to look at asking for developer cash to enhance green areas as well. Placemaking, if you've looked at the back of your papers, members, on this item, there's what's called Appendix 3 to Appendix 1. It's got a list of criteria where we're going to encourage architects and house builders to improve the designs and the layouts of the development that they put before us. Often it's a bit too late. When planning applications lodged, it's a bit too late at that point for the designs, the housing designs and the layouts to be improved. House builders tend to just do the same designs that they've done in the past. And so we hope via this new audit to improve what the development industry give us. So rather than trying to react to layouts and designs that we don't think are very, very good, we're going to try to sit down with architects and industry to influence them before any drawings are done. So we're going to try and prompt the development industry to improve it, but we may have to enforce it if they don't change their minds on this issue. Finally, I mentioned there's going to be a high proportion of the future population in the older age group, so the plan proposes ways of dealing with that. You may be aware that not a lot of wheelchair livable accommodations provided. There's wheelchair accessible accommodation. The government fund affordable housing providers to provide that, but they don't give the funding that plugs the gap to make it truly wheelchair livable housing. So we're going to encourage both the private development sector and lobby through this plan for more central government funding to allow the affordable housing agencies to provide housing of that better type. Almost finished, members. All the preferred approaches to the 9 main issues, when combined, can be put on a map, and this is the map. So the size of all those red circles is the same as the tier 1 to 5 that I showed in the table. So most growth we believe should be directed to those larger, darker red circles, and less so to the other ones. So it's just a single map that sums that up. Housing and the countryside policy, I should briefly mention that, members, because I know it's of interest to a few of you. The pale, hopefully you can see the pale pink larger area. That's the hinterland policy applies within that. We, as officers, we're not recommending any changes to that apart from a very minor extension at Nensha, which obviously has no impact on your wards. But there is a change proposed in Easter Ross. So the Cromarty Firth and Tain and Easter Ross wards, there is an option outlined in Appendix 1 which he asks the public for their views on whether the hinterland should be drawn back across the whole of Easter Ross. So that is one option that's contained in the plan. Chair, that's most, well, that's the front end of the plan dealt with. As I say, that I'm happy to go into the detail of any particular place or site, and I'll call up the maps for that. Thank you.
Many thanks, Tim. That was really very helpful, and thank you for the report. Yes, there are a number of folk who'd like to ask questions. Perhaps I could take two together. First of all, Alistair, and then Craig.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Tim, for a very, very comprehensive report indeed. Very, very interesting. A comment you made regarding Maryborough, that they didn't have such good public transport links as Conan Bridge. You know, there are some houses in Maryborough that quicker to walk to the rail station in Conan Bridge than it is from even my house here in the base of Conan. So I just wonder how you came to that. Because a lot of people, probably more people in Maryborough, use the rail link and the bus services than they do in actual Conan, because you can see they park their cars in the church car park there. So I just wondered how because you've got them, Dingwall is kind of category 1, and then there's Conan Bridge and others in category 2 and other goes. Just wondered how you came to that. So it's an excellent report, and glad to see that Conan Bridge and Dingwall and Maryborough are desirable places for people to live in. I'm sure the other ward members in the Black Isle will say the same.
Okay, Craig, do you want to go ahead with your comments?
Yeah, I was going to actually do an Angeline talk for ages and ages, but I've curtailed it back. I've read this report. I've tried to read it word for word because it's such a strategic report. And Angela and yourself know the comments that I regularly make at our NPAC Planning Committee, that when is Highland Council going to address the issues of infrastructure, schools, housing, surgeries, etc. And I think this main issue report actually does this. So I welcome all the effort that has gone in to producing this by Malcolm and Tim and Scott and Mark and that. I'd listed the main towns in on the Black Isle. They have got very similar issues of limited areas to build, limited or non-existent public transport. So I'm not going to go over that because the report does pick up on that, and I think that's a very, very welcome point. I think my soup's actually repeated on me, but hey, so point 9, which I think Tim picked up on, was ageing population. Now, funny enough, I was talking to a gentleman yesterday where he wanted to downsize from his property into, say, a 2 or 3 bed bungalow that would allow for his later years in life. And those type of properties are in very, very short supply. And he was saying as soon as they come into the market, they're pretty much snapped up. So where we have 25% affordable, perhaps we should be also considering, say, 15 to 20% requirement for elderly living, where the properties are actually built to cater for the additional wheelchair space. I mean, my property, it's never in a million years going to be disabled access friendly. So I will at some point, unfortunately, have to sell this property. But where would I go on the Black Isle? Because there's very little of that type of property that myself and my wife would actually be looking for. So I think that is a very valid point. And then at the very last, towards the last 2 pages, it was the placemaking audit on page 165, point R6, which mentions wetlands. Now, being the species champion for the solitary bee and the bottlenose dolphin, our area is within the proposed special protected area for the Murray Firth. We've got the Cromarty Murray Firth triple SIs, the SACs. We've also, between Helmsdale and Lossey, is the designated area for OSPA, and we've also got Natura 2000, which I think should come into this. And we also have a couple of areas which are Ramsar designated, which is predominantly for wetland. And then on page 166, point R12, biodiversity, you actually mention wildflower meadows. Now that is absolutely critical in I would hope to link that into the Scottish pollinator strategy, because the amount of wildflower meadows that we've actually lost. And if I could actually punt somebody's book, it's called A Sting in the Tail, and it was written by the person who established the Bumblebee Conservation Trust, and he did a very good methodology. And the problem that we have now is the lack of wildflower meadows. And so I'm absolutely really impressed that that's been picked up, and comment that's been made to in respect of wetlands. So you've taken in consideration of the population, the type of population, the depopulation, and also the aging population demographic that we're going to be confronted with. So from my point, it's how do we address the aging demographic within this plan, and building low-level sort of bungalows, so we have that available for people that wish to downsize, and also picking up those other environmentally protected areas, marine protected areas predominantly, because that then feeds into ecotourism. And lots of people, I mean, down here in Cromarty, she's had, I mean, Sarah's had a tremendous year. The other month there were about 6 sperm basking sharks out here in the Cromarty Firth and Murray Firth. So that's where my sort of focus is going to be. And you've actually picked that up. And as I said, I'm not going to talk for any much longer. But the placemaking audit and the comments that you've made sort of rag the settlements has to be welcomed, because it's a very concise report, and it's going to give people the opportunity to see our thinking, and then come back in with suitable suggestions, not necessarily negative suggestions, because it's easy to be negative, but to come back with positive suggestions that are actually going to enhance Highland living. Hope all that made sense.
Yes, thanks, Craig. I wondered how long it would take you to get to bumblebees, but I think you've got a vote of confidence there, Tim.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor McKinnon's point, if I can just share the Maryborough map, I can maybe explain it a bit better. Are you seeing a map, members? Hopefully you're seeing a map.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. We did through the call for sites process. So we asked landowners and developers and community groups to put in proposals for new sites last year, and Maryborough Bran Estate came in with quite a few sites and other landowners. However, and there was a planning permission granted off, I think, Birch Drive. But there are what's called ransoms. So the Bran Estate cannot activate the site that they got a planning consent for off Birch Drive. So although we have eager landowners, the landowners at present are not talking to each other in a sufficient way that the ransom-free access can be guaranteed to open up that site. So that's why. It was partly about, are there good links by train, partly good bus links or other links, but it was also, is there any employment? Can people walk or cycle to a job in that place? And also the other factor I mentioned was, are these development sites viable or not? And part of whether it's a viable development site or not is whether the landowners are talking to each other and whether there's a ransom-free access to open it up. So in this case, even though we wanted to earmark a lot of land for building, and if you've seen the detail in the old plan, then large areas on the edge of the village are earmarked for building, but they've never come forward partly I think because Bran have not pushed the issue. But certainly with this MB05 site off Birch Drive, I think it's called, there's a definite a ransom issue. They got a planning consent, but they have to widen this road to activate it, so it won't come forward. Those of you that know the areas, there's lots of separate landowners in here who haven't done a deal between them for umpteen years, and again, that's unlikely to come forward. Bran, we're looking at a new access off the 835. The Trunk Road Authority are not keen on that idea either. That was to try and avoid the ransom by coming in from that side. So therefore, we've ended up with far fewer viable sites, and that's why we've moved it down in the tiers as well.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any response to Craig's points? I'm not sure if you had a particular question to ask. It's more a comment.
Yeah, sorry. So there was one issue. Yeah, I did. I didn't go into a huge amount of detail, but for the private sector, we're promoting a policy for the bigger development sites of 5% of the capacity of the bigger development sites. The private house builder is going to be asked to provide wheelchair livable housing for that 5% of the major sites. So now a lot of older people can maybe afford that type of house. So it's not a hit that the private developer or the landowner is going to have to take. We're just trying to have a policy that's going to coax and nudge the private developer into, as you say, providing fully adapted housing for older people. And I think as the market grows, I think the private house builders are going to be prepared to do that themselves. You know, if there is a demand from older people who can often afford to build that type of house, or to buy that type of flat or a house, I think the house builders will react to that market. But yeah, just to ensure that they do, this document gives them a wee nudge.
Thank you, Tim. Angela, followed by Mark.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you. I know that there are some of your colleagues on the line, Craig and Douglas, and Tim and Scott have done a lot of work, and I think you've lived and breathed this for a number of years. I'm pleased to see that at 5.8, the housing need and demand assessment is going to be updated, and that's going to be fit into the next kind of round of this appraisal. You mentioned at the start that whether to go out to consultation for the 8-week period now or to wait until the new year, and is that because of the run up to Christmas, or do you feel that with COVID that perhaps people's minds are on other things? I do welcome that we're at this stage, and a number of community councils have fed into this as well. I agree with the recommendation about at 5.12, employment land, Muirvord. You mentioned Muirvord Industrial Estate and the Mart area in Dingwall. We have issues in that the industrial estate in Muirvord is not big enough, and we do have an industrial estate or in Dingwall. And what's happening is then those businesses that are looking for a big enough premises are then building out in our countryside in brownfield sites, which then has an impact on all the homes roundabout. And so it's important that we do increase our business centres. At 6.1, you are looking at, as you say, the consultation and looking at enhanced and innovative ways of doing that. And I think you're right when you say that this will encourage more people to take part, because it's very important that people do take part. You mentioned Maryborough, and you know, there is housing being developed just now through the council on the old Maryborough school site, and that's created different views, but it was the only land that we had ability to build houses on. And the last houses that were built in Maryborough must be 10 years ago at Breckenord. And you mentioned the Brand site and the ransom strips, and the houses that were built there with the Highland Housing Trust and at Donald Cameron Court. And the field behind that was supposed to be built, and those would have built houses for local people, but because of the 3 ransom strips that are held there, that has never happened, and that's a great loss to the community in Maryborough. I would say that when the Donald Cameron Court houses were initially built, they were local letting initiatives so that local people could either downsize, a bit like the church, the Free Church in Maryborough. They gave up part of their land so that older people that were members of the community were able to downsize into small 1-bedroom properties, and that helped families then be able to move into the community, because there are so few houses in the area. On page 72, you talked about introducing a new policy. That was about the vision incomes. Right. And you then go on to talk about self-builds at the bottom of the page and the self-build policies. Part of the issue is the cost of self-builds. If there's only, especially in some of our more rural areas, it can cost a lot more to build the properties. But if they're not built, it has a big implication for the local community, because we want to encourage younger people to get back to where they live. But to do that, you also have to have jobs for them. We have, in the last couple of years, removed Section 75s for houses in the countryside. There's got to be a justifiable reason for some of these rural houses to be built. And that's caused a frustration for communities. I know we can't bring it back, but it has caused frustrations for some of our community councils as well, in that the justifications for the houses being built in the first place isn't actually what they're used for. And sometimes they're sold as soon as they have got their planning permission. Landowners, we're asking landowners to do an awful lot, given that we're asking them to, and developers, to provide 25% affordable. We're now talking about their green space. They've got to make a profit out of this too, but I suppose they'll be feeding into this consultation and letting you know what they think. On page 786, I think that's maybe why Craig's here, active travel and Active Scotland delivery plan. There's encouraging more people to get out of their cars, as we talked about at an earlier item. Sustrans have worked very closely with the council in helping us improve our active travel, and I know that it is mentioned again at the end of the Conan Bridge to Muirvord. It's about the active travel cycle route, which there are plans for, but just no funding for at the moment. On page 88, item 4, other towns and villages, you talk about lowering parking standards, and I know that has been done mainly in Inverness, but it is happening more and more in towns, and that can cause issues too. It's only where it's acceptable that the transport and other active travel options are available, but sometimes we are building houses. For instance, there were some in Dingwall where we used the car park because there was a car park behind, but the bus service is actually deteriorated. So that's something that we have to make sure, if we're doing that it's reliable and available in alternative transport. I'm just rushing through this because I promised I wouldn't take long. Placemaking, I agree with, but under placemaking priorities, where it talks about the Conan Bridge to Muirvord route, some of these there's just no funding, or the land we haven't gone through the land acquisition. Flooding defences in all our areas is a big issue, especially when we're talking about climate change and biodiversity. And on page 125, you talk about Dingwall is on the national cycle route, but there are not enough proper active travel schemes. And yeah, I'll forget that one. And the last one is TOR. In your initial report, you talked about some landowners have asked to remove their applications, like Broadlands at TOR, from the Inner Murray Firth Local Development Plan, but other developers have speculatively put in applications as they've been buying up land, and I'm pleased with your comments there. But there is a community that has been split in four, and Craig and I and Gordon have been at a number of the meetings about the A9 and what work can be done there. But I wondered what concerns me as a councillor is that we put forward our capital projects, we do the work, but our partners like NHS, Bridge, the Pescanova site, originally there was supposed to be a medical doctor surgery there. That is still an option, it's an aspiration, but because the NHS haven't got their capital programme organised, that cannot be agreed. And the same with Transport Scotland. Many of our main arterial roads have to be improved, and we can only do that with Transport Scotland. You mentioned the Bran Estate, they wanted to come on to the 835, and Transport Scotland said no. But we're all supposed to be working together to improve housing, to develop our, the economy, and we can only do that if we're all on the same page. And at the moment, I don't think we are. So thanks for that. I won't go on any longer. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Angela. Mark, I'll come to you in just a moment, but I think it might be an idea if Tim were to respond to these questions first.
I'll try. Yes, timetable, I think was the first one mentioned. Yeah, I mentioned that this is the first of 5 area committees that we're reporting to. The last of the 5 is the Nairnshire committee on the 2nd of December. So it depends what changes each area committee wants made, and if there are lots of them, So yeah, my best guess would be, and sorry, there's a lot of artwork to be produced between all the area committees signing off on it and it being on, available as a paper copy and online as well. So I would imagine that we would begin to consult at the beginning of next year. That would be the ideal time. The housing numbers, yes, you very rightly mentioned those. I mentioned it briefly in the presentation, but the latest household forecast that the government issued a few weeks ago shows a not as large an increase in the number of people and households in Highland. So in earmarking land for future development, we obviously have one eye on the overall housing target that we aim at. So yeah, that's why I mentioned this phrase about concentrating on fewer but more viable sites. Consultation wise, yes. Sorry, there is a slide in the presentation, so I think you've all been sent, which I haven't gone on to yet. But basically, we're proposing to neighbour notify everybody. So I mentioned there's red sites and amber sites and green sites on the maps. Everybody who's within 50 metres of any of these potential development sites will be written to and informed that they live next door to a field or a site that may be developed. So we hope by doing that that they will be warned in advance, if you like, and be given a link to the site where they can browse more information and more background. They'll be given a contact number, so if they're concerned about it, they can get in touch with us at that point. They will be told the period within which they can write in and have concerns. So hopefully by writing to every neighbour of that lives next door to a site that may be earmarked in the plan for development, that will reach out to those people. Obviously, we'll have online events. We're going to have face-to-face events if we can. We're hoping, this period it'll be the recommendation before you is to have an 8-week public consultation period at least, but I think in practice it's going to be more than that. So under that longer consultation period, the face-to-face events will be an option for us. We're going to use the printed press as well. We're going to try and get more articles in the printed press again, which is quite a good way to reach out to people. So that's how we intend to consult with people. Yes, Maryborough, yeah, you mentioned I think the Highland Small Communities Housing Trust are are the owners or control that. You mentioned the school, the old school. That's, I think, on site now or on site soon. So yeah, the other preferred green site in the village is the Highland Small Communities Housing Trust one. That has slight ransom issues in terms of there's a bridge you have to go over, and roads colleagues may want a bit of widening, and there may be ransoms involved in the widening. But we think there's sufficient road capacity there for that to go ahead. So that's why we've shown that as a green preferred site. Self-build, yes, you mentioned. I think you were alluding to rural self-build being a good idea, but yeah, the policy before you is really to get within villages and towns to have 10% of the bigger sites for self-build plots. But again, it doesn't mean the plots are going to be made available to local people below the open market price. It means we're just, again, prompting and coaxing the landowners and developers to make full open market value plots available. One of the Planning Act's provisions was to council's going to have to maintain a list of people interested in self-build. So we'll have better evidence in the future. We will have a list. Councils will have to maintain a list of people in their area who have an interest in self-build. So we'll have better evidence to tell a private developer that they have to provide self-build plots, because we'll have a sort of proven list and a number of people who want a self-build plot in any given place. So we'll use that one. Yes, I think you expressed a concern it might not be viable for landowners to release sites. We're asking them to pay for umpteen things. But yeah, as I said, when we're looking for fewer viable sites, we're definitely looking for viable for every party involved. So that's the landowner, the developer, the council, and other public sector providers as well. So yeah, it's very difficult to have truly viable sites, but we think we have chosen the best sites, or the most viable sites in each place. Car parking standards and active travel connections, I'll maybe hand over to Craig Baxter, who I think is on the call and can maybe answer that one.
Yeah, good afternoon, members. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes, carry on.
Super. Sorry, I was trying to turn my camera on. I have a poor internet connection today. I think there's a few questions Councillor McLean raised. The first thing to say is that we undertake a transport appraisal, which is required by by the Scottish Government, and Transport Scotland review that. So we've started writing that. We have a draft that supports the main issues report, and that'll be available as a supporting document to the MIR that's before you today. And in that, we look at issues around the trunk roads. And we recognise that there is that sort of challenge with all sorts of infrastructure delivery, and that's what you mentioned, Councillor McLean, which includes trunk road schemes. We have suggested lowering parking standards where appropriate, I think is the language that we've used in the main issues report. And the focus there is really where we are confident as planners and working with colleagues in transport planning and other parts of this council, that there would be no need for you to have multiple vehicles at the house that you were living in. So, for example, if there was a site where you had a high frequency public transport route, or where you were in walking or cycling distance to major employment destinations, then perhaps you wouldn't need two or more parking spaces. Perhaps you could have less. So we're in the main issues report, we're trying to test that idea. So if we think about city centre locations where there isn't actually any parking for a lot of places, and other sort of more urban places, perhaps we can achieve that. And that could go some way to encouraging people to use different modes of transport. But we're testing it through the main issues report, and we want to see what, especially the development industry, think of that, because they're the ones that know what products sell in the Highland market. And of course, it could be attractive if there's less space taken up by car parking spaces, but we don't want to create problems on the network. So it's a test that we're asking for people's feedback on. The other point you mentioned, Councillor McLean, was about identifying and funding active travel links, so that members will be aware of projects like the Space for People Fund that we've been working on recently. That's given us a really good evidence base of community aspiration for where active travel could be delivered on communities across Highland. So for the Inner Murray Firth area, we can use that going forward. And the intention is that by proposed plan, each of our settlements, our main settlements with a boundary and allocations, would have identified the key routes for active travel improvements. Again, this would set out an expectation for developer contributions if there was a cost towards that scheme, but that would open up whole opportunities for match funding, grant funding through Places for Everyone and other Sustrans funded projects. But obviously that has to be balanced against viability for development schemes going forward. There's also a couple of other things that we can use. We're in discussions with the High Trans Regional Transport Partnership to do audits of the active travel networks in these various settlements, and Planning Aid Scotland are looking to try and identify an action plan. So there's lots of evidence gathering to do between the main issues report and the proposed plan, and that's underway in the background as well. I think that was the main points. I don't think there was anything else, unless I'm wrong.
Thank you very much indeed, Craig. That's very helpful indeed. Mark.
Thanks. Just a few observations. I thought there's been a really interesting debate. There's been some excellent contributions all round. I want to start just by making a plea that when we're talking about house building delivery across all tenures, and it's not simply about the requirement for the market itself to address these issues. There are a range of quite challenging problems that we have across a range of different tenures, and the solution to that is going to depend not only on the market but also the role of the council and others in building homes across a range of different tenures. So I should make a plea at the start. When we talk about housing and housing association providers, we shouldn't just be thinking about traditional council rented housing. Plenty of other local authorities, such as the one I've just come from, that actually build housing for outright sale at a profit, which is reinvested back by the council into its core services. And that's very much a model we should be thinking about given our own financial challenges. I think I understand, though, and I've been in this situation before, that even when you're looking at housing need from the perspective of social housing, you could quite easily justify significant levels of investment in Inverness alone. It's undeniably heavily challenging, as is the rest of the Inner Murray Firth area. But one of the biggest challenges in the longer term that we've also got to try to overcome, and part of this is through planning, and a large chunk of it is through my own service and indeed other partners, is we've got to try to deal with keeping some of our existing smaller communities sustainable. And I'm reminded of recent news reports in the Western Isles, for example, about young people being priced out of their local economy or being unable to return. But in actually a couple of instances, they were talking about actually being priced out of their village locality because there is no affordable housing available to them of any tenure. And so it wasn't even in that situation an issue about employment. It was simply about the fact they couldn't afford anywhere to stay. And I think one of the things that we need to get much better at, I think, and this is true of most local authorities, is to think about how we get the balance between the core settlement investment, which is absolutely logical and I do support, but then nuancing it enough to accept that the difference between developing 2 or 3 houses in some of the smaller locations that we have, particularly across the West Coast, but not unique to there, the difference between 2 or 3 investments in housing in that particular area can be the difference between that community being sustainable and not being sustainable and people having to leave. And I think that is something that we just perhaps want to reflect on about how we take that forward in the future. I don't know, as I say here, what the straightforward answer to that is. I think it's something we perhaps need to take away and have a conversation about. But I do think we need to think about the impact on smaller communities about a concentration in principal settlements, however justifiable that might be on many other measures. And the other final thing I would say is actually accessibility to housing and lifetime housing designs are absolutely key to this. And I'm reminded that just from a social housing perspective, much of the money I've ended up investing in stock over the years has been to deal with the changing needs of people as they get older and they suffer more disabilities or health-related issues. And the challenges in trying to, particularly in the social housing environment, deal with trying to adapt stock that's 60 years old and was never designed with that principle in mind in the first place. And because of the lifetime of a house as an asset, actually it's critically important that we start to widen out now across all tenures of house building, whether it's rented or for outright sale, etc., that we start to try and influence more how those designs of those houses that are being built now will be able to make them easier or more suitable to be adapted in the future, so that we have less of these problems and we end up having to spend less money effectively on dealing with failed issues around poor design in the coming years, because again, that's grossly inefficient in the longer term, both in terms of our own money, but also in terms of the health service, for example. So, you know, I accept, and I'm sorry if I'm sounding a bit rushed, I have to disappear into another meeting in literally 2 minutes. It's just some observations that hopefully, if not in this iteration of this piece of work, but in future years' iterations, that we can start to reflect on a little bit more. And I think it's also something for Malcolm and myself, and probably Alan Maguire, to develop further in our discussions between the role of infrastructure and housing and delivering on some of these issues going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mark, for your thoughtful comments. Yeah, I share your concern about small scale sites and the ability to be able to build 2 or 3 houses, for instance, even in the Black Isle. I think that's an issue, actually. But having said that, I do think that this report is really an excellent reflection of what local concerns are, and clearly, you know, there's been a good deal of consultation so far. As far as Black Isle is concerned, I think you've come to absolutely the right conclusions in terms of limiting development because of infrastructural impediments and a number of other factors. I think people will I'm sure support that. I'm kind of interested, having not been through this process before, is literally everything up for challenge in this report? For instance, if a developer or a landowner sees his or her site being struck out, they're presumably going to perhaps challenge that. And bearing in mind this is a very well researched report into which many hours of officer time has gone into, what are the likelihoods of them of succeeding? I mean, this process could drag on forever. Does there have to be a fairly high threshold of argument, if you like, in favour of any change for that change to be successful? How does it work exactly, Tim?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. But basically, we will issue this main issues report next year. There'll be a lot of comments on which of the options people prefer. Members will have to decide exactly which sites are being kept in and which ones are going out. But as you say, if, for example, members agree to the new town at Tor, if you like, not being in the plan next year, then the particular house builder that's bought up the land or signed an option on an awful lot of the fields there will have a right of objection to those sites not appearing in the next version of the plan. They will have a right of objection. Evidence will have to be brought to bear by the council and them. We will be, as officers, I'll be trying to defend the fact that we don't have it in the plan at that point, if that's the choice that we make. And the house builder and their agents will be making a case to government. Sorry, it's a government appointed person who has the final say. They hear evidence from the person who's upset with the content of the plan at that point, and they hear evidence from the council's officers in trying to defend what's in the plan at that point. And this government-appointed reporter makes the final. Well, it's called a binding recommendation, but basically the government-appointed person has the final say on the plan. So, using the example of Tor, yeah, in a year and a half's time or more than that, that government-appointed person, if members next year decide to keep Tor out of the plan, then I, as an officer, will write the case to keep it out of the plan, but the house builder and any parties in support of it being in the plan will have an equal right to put evidence and arguments in front of the government-appointed person, and that government-appointed person has the final say.
Thank you very much indeed for making that clear. So, members, we've been asked to approve the main issues report, agree the approach to consultation in paragraph 6.1, and note the important role that the plan will play in addressing climate and ecological emergency, economic recovery, and taking forward the Highland Council's agreed indicative regional spatial strategy, which was recently submitted to the Scottish Government Do I have your agreement to all of that?
Agreed, yes.
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Many thanks, Tim. That's much appreciated. And thanks to all your team, Scott and co, for all the work that's been put into this. Very thoughtful document. I thought showed real sort of strategic vision. Right.
Chair, can I just apologise? I have to leave now. So I'm going to have to stay at
I didn't make my deadline, Alistair. I'm sorry about that. But it was an interesting debate, and it went.
It's excellent. First class debate.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thanks for that. Now,
similarly,
I think,
Chair, may I also be excused? I also have to go to a 3 o'clock. I'm sorry about that.
Yes, of course. Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So I'll see you Monday, Mark.
Send me the invite, Angela. If you send me the invite, otherwise I'll forget because my head's like mince at the moment.
I'm only kidding.
See you later.
Bye now.
Okay, thank you. Improving participation and involvement with communities. Alison, I'm really sorry to have kept you so long. I hope you haven't been waiting for hours and hours. But thank you for your report, which you received. And I'm just going to look it up, but I think you're going to say a few words in introduction of it, aren't you?
Certainly, no problem at all. Just got a few bits and pieces to introduce, and then happy to have a discussion on that. So I suppose to start with, at your last committee, you did hear from the local community and some of the local community groups, and from DI as well, on humanitarian response efforts. And clearly there's a lot of very rich information about how groups have supported at a local level. So since then, we've had an engagement framework agreed as part of the recovery plan, and a series of community conversations have taken place with groups who have been providing support throughout the lockdown period and beyond. And that's 14 of those have taken place across Highland so far. Now, the purpose of the conversations has been to understand learning from response efforts, also to understand the needs and actions required to mitigate some of the impacts upon specific groups and individuals, and to serve as a basis for considering local priorities going forward. Now, whilst the framework clearly has an immediate focus in terms of understanding COVID impacts, the intention is that it also provides a basis for improving our engagement with communities on an ongoing basis, and the involvement in communities in council service design and priority setting. And they're both local and strategic elements to that. So this aligns very well with our commitments around taking a place-based approach to how we plan and how we work locally with our communities and also our partner organisations. And it sits very comfortably with the priorities of the organisation to involve communities more, and I picked up on that partly in the report. So I think it's the main section of the report provides an update on the Dingwall and Seaforth and Black Isle community conversation and some of the key themes that have come out from that discussion. I think it's interesting that although every area in Highland is different, and in terms of the approach within areas to support has been very different, many of the themes emerging from the community conversations have been similar. And members, you'll have received the general briefing that was circulated as part of the member briefing last week about some of those early themes that have been emerging, and I'm sure you can see as part of that as well. So just to pick up a few of the points within the report. One of the key themes is around communication. It's something that's come out across the board. I know that it was something that was mentioned at the last committee as well, and really about the importance of communication. A strong theme throughout Highland, the importance of communication and ongoing communication between the council and groups, but also between groups as well within an area. And I think the peer support element, I think, is something that's a very strong theme. The local networks that have been in place have had a very positive impact. Some early discussions that we've been having with community planning partners has really highlighted where those networks aren't in place, and this is something we'd really like to support and encourage going forwards. Funding is another key theme that's coming out. Certainly concerns about future funding streams to ensure that there's continuing support is provided, and particularly at the moment as we move into, as we're seeing increases in a number of cases across Scotland, but also COVID War Discretionary Fund that came out as a strong from the Black Isle and Dingwall conversation. Resilience, this has certainly emerged as a stronger theme in the conversations within your area than in some of the others. It does link quite clearly to the importance of strong local networks, the importance of relationships and communication, but also that bit about collaboration between groups and the council and between groups themselves. So I think there's a link there also with the priorities going forward, and where the importance of resilience planning was highlighted as a key theme. A number of other areas were also identified within the conversation with groups, particularly around unemployment, around welfare and mental health. The latter, of course, where there's been quite a significant amount of work in your area over the last few years. So as highlighted in section 6.3 of the report, strong partnerships already operating in your that was picked up as part of the discussions, and clearly it would support a number of the areas identified as significant from communities. The analysis of all the community conversations and some of the key themes are going to be explored in a survey to groups, as not everyone was able to attend the virtual sessions, and there'll be a report on this to the Communities in Place Committee in November. So members, the recommendations of the report are in section 2.1. These include a recommendation for a member workshop to consider how this committee wants to engage and involve communities going forward. Now, whilst I appreciate those discussions have taken place previously, they were within the context of the wider Ross and Cromarty Committee, so it would seem timely to focus on that specifically for Black Isle, Dingwall and Seaforth. Finally, there's also further recommendation for ongoing sessions with groups from the area to continue the conversations that have already begun and to consider areas for joint work going forwards. So members, I'm happy to take any questions in respect to the report.
Thank you very much, Alison. Angela.
Thank you, Chair. Alison, thank you for the report, and there was a great deal of information and much to be heartened by. You talk about the members workshop, and I wondered, where does our community planning partners fit into that? Would they be part of that workshop, given, you know, that we've worked closely with them in the past, and how do we do that going forward? Some of the groups you mentioned couldn't make the workshop, but I noticed for my own ward there was only two that were basically, I know it's like the two groups, a lot of them had the same hats on, and it was probably the same for the Black Isle groups. People were there representing one group, but they were probably part of it 3 or 4 others. And it was just to make sure that the whole ward is covered, because there are groups out there, as you're aware of, you've come across them in the past, throughout the ward, and how do they get included in this engagement, or does that come out of the membership feedback? And the resilience, it was something discussed at the last Ferintosh Community Council meeting, and they're very keen on that. They are, you know, they've done a lot of work, and I think Cromarty is the same, Craig. I don't go to the meetings. So there's some groups out there, and Di's aware of them as our ward manager for both our wards, that are really into community resilience. And I think that is, COVID has kind of highlighted where there's gaps, but also where there's maybe opportunities now that we wouldn't have had before to improve the situation. So thanks very much.